Hello and welcome to Pärnu and welcome to Estonia. In Latvian they taught me a new word, it's labdien. How many from Latvia? How many from Estonia? Most of us, of course. Well, it's 50-50, I would say. I see that one bus hasn't arrived because so many empty seats. Front row usually gets the best view and most of the questions and comments. If anyone really needs to be anxiously participating, please take a seat. It's really strange to have empty front row here. Or I will just let the chairs be taken away after the coffee break. Anyways, we can start. So why we are here today? Because it's Pärnu, it's nice weather, but we prefer to stay inside. The reason we are inside is because it's getting less pleasant outside. With each year, we produce more trash. Isn't it so? It's safer to stay in. Well, it's not so bad as in the era when Chernobyl nuclear power plant blew up, but it taught us one strange thing, that we have borders. Countries have borders, states have borders, but waste, nuclear waste, it travels where it likes to, depending on where the wind blows from. So same happens with trash. Same happens with packaging. There is a huge event in Estonia. It's held in each spring, and now it's becoming more and more global. I guess it's called World Cleanup Day. Do you have it in Latvia? Yes. Do you go and take part in it? And you usually find out there is so much trash out there, right? It's sad. What's most sad is how much plastic has taken over the oceans. That's my biggest takeaway from those interesting times when we had some of the biggest global cleaning days, world cleanup days. It seems that back in the 80s, when the car was produced, it had trash and ash tray. Somewhere between 92 and 95, the ashtrays became less popular than the coffee places and placements. And now we see that over the last 25 years, the amount of plastic in seas has grown so much that whenever you buy a fish which is caught by a fisherman from the sea, you end up eating plastic. And it's only 25 years of us using coffee cans in the cars. So trash doesn't care about borders. Fishes don't care about borders, but we do. And somehow European Union, which tries to be really borderless community of economies, seems to have enough of differences from each country compared to next one. Same we see here, Estonia and Latvia. We drink same beer, alus. We eat same kind of breads, and we package our stuff in same kind of sizes of packages. And still we don't have similar systems. We need to figure out how to make them similar. So what we have here today is the closing conference of the Interreg Estonia-Latvia cross-border cooperation program, which took place in 2014 until 2020. And we managed to have a nice COVID period in the end of this program. So many of the activities which were supposed to happen in the year 2020 are happening now. And it's time today to wrap up the whole project. So what was the project? It was called PACKGDEPO. The idea was to raise awareness of packaging deposit and strategic approach to harmonize packaging deposit systems in Estonia and Latvia. As you probably remember, some years ago we had slightly different taxing system in Estonia, which brought most of Estonians who like to drink more than one beer a month. Brought them weekly to Latvia, mostly to Ikla, which had a nice Alko 1000 shop. And those shops kept appearing even in Valka, I guess. And it showed us that, well, if people like to drink, but they buy all the booze in the neighboring country, it may create us problems. Because I think in physics they have this connected vessels, right? I mean, booze and people, they are like connected vessels. But packaging doesn't belong to this vessel system. So it was a nice wake-up call to understand what happens if you buy booze from one country and leave the packages in the other one. That's why all this project actually showed us real life use case. So today we're gonna take a closer look at those use cases. But you know, I like to talk a lot because I work in television and they pay me for my words, for word counts. And whenever I try to make a joke, no one laughs because I keep speaking it so seriously. Whenever I speak seriously, people start to laugh because when I try to deliver the point, it's strange. So I guess banning alcohol wouldn't solve the packaging problems. We will still like to package our sausages in plastic. But that's another story. So that's enough from my opening remarks. One last comment. Do you guys use Slido? Do you know what it is? So today's rules of the engagement with people on stage, we ask them questions through Slido, then I can actually make choices which questions go through. So the hashtag is mark down the numbers. It's 2840706. Yeah, that's the one. Is it? Yeah, it is. So in case of questions or comments, use please slido.com. Now let's see what is the opening remark of the Secretary General of the Ministry of the Environment of Estonia, and his name is Meelis Münt, and he will be appearing on the video. A great applause, please.
Dear friends, good morning to you all. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this conference on raising awareness of packaging deposit systems in Latvia and in Estonia. And I also send my apologies for not being able to be physically present in Pärnu. As we all know, the issue of waste management and pollution has become a pressing concern for the global community. The Circular Economy Action Plan emphasizes the need to move towards a life cycle-driven circular economy by reusing resources as much as possible and bringing residual waste close to a zero. Plastic waste in particular has been identified as one of the most significant environmental challenges of our time, with devastating impacts on wildlife, human health, and the planet's ecosystem. One of the biggest contributors to these challenges is the way we produce, consume, and dispose of materials. A linear take, make, dispose approach that results in enormous amounts of waste and pollution. Estonia and Latvia have taken significant steps towards sustainability by implementing packaging deposit systems. In Estonia, the implementation of deposit system goes back to 2005. In Latvia, it has been a more recent development. We have been very, very happy to share our experiences with deposit system within the Interreg project between Estonia and Latvia. Over the years, we have seen that collection rates from the deposit system are very high, up to 90%, and the collection material is almost 100% suitable for recycling. This approach has also reduced littering and helped to conserve resources, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and contribute to sustainable development. However, we are not able to tackle all this alone, and this is where cooperation comes into the play. I'm very glad we have managed to cooperate with Latvian colleagues and many other counterparts on the cross-border project funded by Interreg program. Our common project had two main pillars: raising awareness and implementing a pilot in order to see whether a common cross-border deposit system would be possible. On the awareness raising side, we have managed to implement many activities, seminars, workshops, campaigns, etc. Also, several educational materials for the teachers have been produced to be used in their classwork. From the pilot in Valga district, we learned that people really embrace the possibility to return deposited packaging, no matter which country they had bought it from. This conference is an opportunity for all of us to come together and learn from the experiences of Latvia and Estonia. We can discuss best practices, share knowledge and insights, and explore how we can all work together to raise awareness and promote packaging deposit systems. I strongly believe that someday Estonia and Latvia will probably have a joint packaging deposit system. The project pilot showed us that this is well expected by people. However, there are still several aspects to explore further before that happens. Until then, our systems are great examples for the rest of the Europe to implement as countries try to increase plastic recycling. By taking the first steps towards the joint deposit system, Estonia and Latvia have demonstrated that regional cooperation is important to tackle the environmental challenges. I really do hope that this conference will inspire all of us to take the next steps towards joint system and a sustainable future. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a productive conference.
Give a great applause to Meelis Münt. And next on stage, Andris Kēniņš. He's Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development of Latvia. There you go.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, all who are here and also all online participants. Yuri and Meelis already told everything about the project and about the problem, and actually I'm a little bit confused about what I have to say now, and because I don't want to repeat anything. So the main thing in this introduction speech from me is that I would like to say thank you. Thank to the Ministry of Environment of Estonia for this project. Also, I want to say a big thank you to all participants in Estonia and Latvia who participated in this conference. But according to this project, according to this that problem or what we try to understand and approach, is that the deposit system actually has become a part of our lifestyle, and it gives not only positive impact to this to reduce plastic, this littering, but also it gives like a possibility for us to learn this that recycling has become a part of our lifestyle, and it gives actually impact to all waste management. These parts of waste management, so sorry, I'm a little bit confused, a little bit nervous. It's first time for me in such a stage, but. This project, we can't look to this project only from perspective of cooperation between Latvia and Estonia, because we can be the pioneers and show the possibility for whole Europe, for whole our ecosystem in European Union, how we can manage and how we can develop this system when all these plastic plastic waste, yes, and plastic bottles and everything, so can be collected. We have introduced this system only a year ago. My colleagues will tell later detailed about these amounts, but these amounts are significant, and we are actually proud about the results. But I'm not only proud of the results as they are, but also about the results in the society, that they have accepted this system and think more and more about this waste management. And waste collecting and so on. So once again, I'm sorry about my being a little bit nervous, because I was ready to give some big speech, but as my colleagues told everything about it, I didn't want to repeat, so I have mislead something or sorry. But anyway, thank you everybody who was involved in that project, and I hope that this project and the results of the project will give some benefits for further discussions and to expand the system not only in one country but maybe in whole Europe. So thank you very much. And
Thanks, Andris. We will see him soon on stage again. But before we continue, I try to explain a little. What we have in the modern world is that it seems that whatever hands-on field or discipline we are used to use our hands to make. Now we're trying to digitize everything, build a digital layer upon it, to measure it, to create some sorts of markers and understanding how does it work. Problem with trash management from eye-level perspective of usual citizen. I can give you an example from Tallinn. This April, the law came which said that every person living in Tallinn has to manage his biological waste, making it separate from the rest. All my neighbors in the center of Tallinn, people in the age of 70s and 80s, they ask, how? We have 2-room apartments, 1 kitchen. How are we going to separate? How are we going to manage our waste in our homes? It's supposed to be managed in the landfill, not at home. Now, this is something we have to explain to people that it's their problem. It's not the state's problem how to manage waste. Now, but since Estonia likes to stress that it's e-country, digitalization and stuff, we try to figure out some kind of new methods to measure the old things and to teach people again how to waste manage. So, how are the future views and digitalization and circular economy vision in Estonia is the next presentation we're going to have on stage. And it will be presented by Sigrid Soomlais, Head of the Environmental Management Department from Ministry of Environment in Estonia. Sigrid, stage is yours.
Hi, hello. Nice to see so many of you here and so many familiar faces as well. Today I want to tell you a story of how we are about to become a circular economy example for everyone. And where are we at in this journey right now? As a country. I think this picture is seen by almost all of you already several times, but this really nicely emphasizes the goal that we are trying to achieve. We are trying to move from traditional economy, which is really explorative of the resources, really dependent on the imports, etc., and really maybe not very efficient, to move to the circularity, which is proved to be more efficient and sustainable than the economy model that we are actually implementing right now. So this is the goal. We are not alone in this. I'm sure this is the goal for every member state in European Union and European Union as a whole, and also other countries in the world. So actually, we see that we need to stop wasting the resources. We also have a vision how things should be. We actually have had debates in Estonia upon that vision, and we want to reach the point where we have a functional and balanced circular system. When production and consumption are in balance, they are reasonably shared, and we are a smart country. We want to get even smarter as a country and as people, and actually we want to lead the transition to circular economy. So no offense to our Latvian colleagues, we really aim to be a pioneer in this. Unfortunately, we are still quite far from it. But as Thomas Alva Edison has said, vision without execution is just an hallucination. So we don't want to hallucinate. We have taken action. Some things we have already done, some things still, many actions still lie ahead of us. What we have done, as I mentioned, that we have set a vision of circular economy, what we want to achieve in the future. And within this debate, we have agreed actually the circular economy white paper, which is a set of principles. It's not a concrete action plan, but we have agreed that if you follow these simple 6 or 7 principles, we can make it there. And these principles will be practiced also in different fields. These are totally horizontal, no matter what field you are working on or acting on. And also it involves public sector, private sector, citizens. Everyone has to do their part. And this is quite clear from the white paper and for all the stakeholders. For example, it goes without saying, the responsible use of resources. There is no point of over-consuming, over-producing. We need to be responsible. We need to stay in the limits of our needs, of our actual needs. Of course, we have to minimize the production of waste because we can't help to get rid of waste totally, but we can minimize and prevent how much waste do we produce. New sustainable business models. For example, new way of thinking, even, for example, instead of products, we have services, we have sharing economy, we have different things that actually give us a great effect economically and also environmentally, positively. Then we need to have sufficient number of experts because we lack expertise in many fields, although we're getting smarter all the time, but still there are some knowledge that we lack. So this needs actually cooperation between businesses, private sector, scientists, public sector. This is also evidently clear, I think, for everyone. And then I want to highlight, because this is actually the focus of my story today, the data and digital solutions. We want our data to have high quality. We want to be able to make good and prompt and flexible decisions. We want to know what resources we have and where they are used, etc. So these principles that we have to have better data exchange, better quality data and different solutions, for example, sharing platforms, or some kind of databases that are interlinked to each other. So this is all inevitable again to move towards circularity. Of course, frameworks, regulative, economic, everything should support circularity. We are getting there step by step, but it's not perfect still. I think all the countries face the same challenges. And of course, environmentally conscious behavior as a last but not least, awareness, why we're doing this, why we need to limit the use of our resources, why we need to do anything in this list. So also from the company side, from the consumer side, also goes for public sector. So these are the main principles that we have set and agreed that we will, if we will continue to do like this, we will be on the right track. But as I mentioned, the white paper is only the framework for the principles which we have agreed. We still have to agree and design the actual roadmap, which is not ready yet. But there are a lot of stakeholders, a lot of different fields, and they all have to interlink together because everyone contributes to the circular economy or the transition to the circular economy. Then, when we talk about circular economy, we can't help but talk about waste. Again, we are preparing our waste management plan on national level. As you see, we are a bit behind schedule because the headline already states it should be from 2020 to 28. Today we are at 2023. But this is only because the discussions have been very rich. There are a lot of stakeholders, a lot of problems to solve, so very dense discussions. And I think finally will be a very good outcome, and we hope to be finished with the process by this summer. Also, based on this waste management plan, based on the roadmap of circular economy, we will plan different support measures, I think, as the other countries do as well, because there are not enough resources to boost the circular economy. So we are proposing support measures for public sector, for companies, for communities, for education institutions, for everyone who actually contributes to going circular. And for this, we have, from EU structural funds, we have about 111 million euros. From which we plan to support different aspects of going circular. For example, new innovative ideas, new business models, but also recycling capacities, also resource efficiency for the different sectors. And so on. So different solutions will be supported also by EU funds to be added to our national resources. We also have a great project going on the circular economy, which is aimed at enhancing capacity in public sector on circularity. This is, again, very much needed. And there are different things that we are doing under this project. It's worth about 1 million euros. There are awareness campaigns, there are surveys, analyses, there are training programs for the officials, involving schools, different green programs for schools. Very wide variety of actions going on under there. For example, advising local municipalities on circularity as well. And last, but again, not the least, we have a pilot project, which we hope to finish by the end of next year. And the result actually will be a prototype, really hands-on possibility to enhance data-based reporting. And I will talk about it more in a minute. Before I introduce you a bit or talk to you a bit about the project, I will talk about National Waste Management Plan and how the digitalization issue, very difficult word in English, by the way, goes through the National Waste Management Plan, and why do we actually need the digital solutions in the matter. We have decided that we build up 3 pillars in our new waste management plan, and this is actually more circular than the present one or the current one, which was mainly focused only maybe the waste management part, recycling part. But now we are going to look, first of all, also prevention a bit more, how to prevent waste production. And for this, we need data, basically. We need to know what kind of waste are we producing. Then we can adequately set some aims, how to reduce or how to reduce waste or how to prevent its. And for that, we have right now, we have statistics based on reporting, which is not very flexible or very fast. So basically the waste management data comes once a year, then it's being processed, then it's being checked and double-checked, and then maybe a year later we will know where did we stand 1 or 1.5 years ago. But this is not sufficient speed as well to set any targets, whether it's waste prevention or whether it's recycling part. This means very slow policy making, and actually this means very little trust from the public as well. This is one issue, and I think the real-time data management or database reporting could benefit this process very much. When we talk about waste prevention, also an example of different kind of measures that already exist. For example, there are applications also used in Estonia for food waste prevention when, for example, some cafeterias or restaurants, they have leftover food and you have an application and you can order that food with a discount, so everyone wins. Environment wins, company wins, and also people can save on food costs. So this is a good example how circular economy works and should be working. Then the second pillar is concentrating on the safe material circulation. We need to see what kind of chemicals we have in our products, in the materials. Actually, we have a European-wide database for that as well. We need to know what our products are made of. That's why actually the digital product passport is also discussed at the EU level, because people need information to do their decisions at the store, for example, and well, the product packaging is only so big. So all important information should be available, and the digital passport for the products would be a good solution to actually give large amount of information which is accessible for people, but also information about can I repair this product, where can I do that, etc. And the third pillar is overall influence or impact of the waste management on the human and natural environment. So here as well, we have a lot of data actually when we issue permits, for example, or where we conduct environmental impact assessments. We have data, we have the analysis, but it's difficult it's used only per the same case, and it's difficult to share this data and to share this data maybe with other counterparts, with people living in the area who will be influenced by some kind of development. So this is also an aspect that we can solve with the better, faster data management and data exchange. In short, the digitalization, again, very difficult word, in waste management plan has a few more explicit goals. We want to reach the goal or the status that data is collected in real time. And it should be done with zero human effort, basically. So it could be an automated approach. Data management systems should be better. There are more opportunities we don't use today. This would lead better policy decisions, more transparency in making environmental and economical decisions. So this is also something we have set as a goal. Enterprises can also create new circular business models based on open data. And data sharing is also important in a sense that to ensure, for example, cooperation between different kind of productions. One has leftovers, the second needs some input in their processes. So this is also kind of data flow which should be available, and and accessible. And data quality, this, I believe it's so, I want to believe it's so in all the countries, not just in Estonia, but there are some constraints on the data quality. It should always could be better, more precise. So we need to reach the situation that where we have the data that is not arguable, so to say, because it's created on the spot. There are no generalizations. There are no different aspects that makes this not so easily yeah, my English is leaving me. So more, better, accurate, and transparent data. Let's stay with that. And reliable data. There are some measures we have foreseen for better data exchange and going into real time. But as the National Waste Management Plan is not approved yet, these are still suggestions only. But basically, this is the direction that we want to move. Again, Wise Guy has said that digital transformation needs actually change in the thinking. And maybe some of you have seen it already, but a couple of years ago, European Environment Agency compiled a report how to use digital technologies in waste management. And this is actually the picture how everything could work one day, because they actually took the real existing examples and they reached the conclusion in the report that those are the main digital technologies that are right now used in waste management chain, which will have the most impact in the future. So, well, one of this is robotics, for sure. When we talk about sorting facilities or sorting technologies, they are able to recognize different aspects of the waste or the products. Then, of course, artificial intelligence, self-learning technologies, Internet of Things as well. We have everything basically nowadays online, starting from our health data from our watch or the smart home solutions. And we can also guide it online. And this could be put in work also in waste management stream when we have, for example, smart bins, which help to, which they tell if they are full, if they're not, which help to optimize the routes for the collection car. And then also data analysis, which also getting more and more influence, and there are many more opportunities than we can use, and we can take from the different technologies and make good policy decisions. Some examples what we have been doing in Estonia. We have actually environmental decision system KOTKAS, which is here on your left. And this is about 3 or 4 years ago when this was launched. Here we do permitting decisions, reporting, so a lot of environmental decisions are gathered in one system. Then really new, more recent development is the hazardous waste consignment node system. This is where the information moves, which is about international movement of hazardous waste. So we know what goes where, how much, what type of waste, and basically this is as close as real time as we are today, this new system. And then I show you a map as well for the citizens when they want to get rid of some type of waste. They can use application or the homepage, and they can see where are the containers, where are the packaging deposit automats, where are the what are the different options closest to the person where they can get rid of their waste. And now, really shortly, I see I'm over time already. I promised you to talk a bit about this database reporting project. And as I said, the aim is to get in real time with the waste management data, but also it's not only for the waste management field, but also for the packaging, water, and air pollution. So basically, the idea is that if today an enterprise is filling out a form in Kotka's system, which I showed you before, about their data, they shouldn't do it any further. We should reach the situation where the actually machines or computers are connecting with each other. So this is a really more holistic approach that is guided by the Ministry of Economic Affairs in Estonia. It's not only for the environmental field, but all the different fields. And the point is that you insert your data only once. Your data moves with the transaction, whatever that is. And you don't need man labor anymore. Basically, this is taken to zero. And back on the waste management project, what we want to achieve with this project is that we can trace the whole waste management movement, waste movement within the whole chain. But we have to also find solutions how to protect business secrets. So it's kind of a challenge always with the data managing. But I'm sure we are able to figure it out. Then there's, like I mentioned before, a lot of skepticism by the public or by the citizens about transparency of the data, whether it's right. Okay, I'm separating my waste at home, but does it reach really to the right place, etc. Whether I'm being useful in a circular economy sense. So this should help this problem that the data is more transparent, and people have higher motivation to do things more circular and to actually put a meaning on their attached to their actions. And this is what I mean by the traceability of the whole waste management chain. So we actually will be able to see from the person actually throwing out the waste until the end of the waste phase. And one more issue I will bring into the loop, and then I'm going to wrap up my presentation. The biggest challenge right now with municipal waste is that we are way below the wanted recycling rate. So we need to speed it up fast. We need to gain about 20% more recycling rate that we have today. And within this problem, we started to think that, okay, we know where we are as a country, but we don't know where our municipalities are in terms of, because they are the ones that are organizing the waste management locally. And further from this project could be a stepping stone on this situation. This is only a mock-up. This is not the actual situation, but we want to see we want to see this desktop for policymakers to have an understanding where are different municipalities in terms of municipal waste recycling, for example, recycling rates. And if you see down here, you have here different indicators, whether we are in green zone, which means regularly good, although we can change it, I think, if necessary, or whether we are in red, and to actually act on it. Not like 2 years later, just to do something and hope everything works out, but just to have like consistent flow and knowledge of where we are and what needs to be changed. And as a result of the project, we will have a data set and taxonomy. We will test data exchange from machine to machine. We will have an experimental software and software prototypes and dashboards similar to one I showed you before, and an action plan how to achieve all this in a wider future. And the benefits are quite simple. Companies get more comfortable and automatic reporting possibilities. State gets clear overview of what's going on in waste management or other fields and can make more flexible decisions. And by the end of 2024, we hope to be finished with the prototype and hopefully able to say that this is all doable and let's go and build a system. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for your attention, and sorry for going over my time limit a bit.
It's fine. Thanks, Sigrid, for your presentation. It seems that we are in a rush with this one, right?
Sure, always in a rush. Everything's needed yesterday.
Yeah. Question is, can we just tax all the waste management? Like, if you're not managing, you have 10 times more taxes than guys who actually care to manage.
Sure, this is the idea. This is a whole set of different measures how to make things work. The data management is only one little part. Mm-hmm. But also, of course, we need economic incentives. People who actually separate their waste should have smaller bills. People who don't separate their waste should have bigger bills. So this is a choice. So this is a whole set of different measures, and also, in order to separate your waste, it needs to be comfortable to you. Today, it's not comfortable everywhere. You have to maybe travel with your packaging waste up to 1 kilometer. We had World Bank did an analysis. Some people have to drive even 5 or 8 kilometers. So in order this to happen and reach the goals, we need to change everything, and we have to have a set of measures. But the data reporting is just one of the measures.
I agree. Thanks, Sigrid Soomlais, head of the Environmental Management Department of Ministry of Environment of Estonia. Now let's take a look at the circular economy vision in Latvia and future views. It's again Andris Keniņš, Deputy State Secretary from Latvian Ministry of Environment and Regional Development.
Yes. Actually, the situation in Latvia is quite similar, and actions which we are doing is quite similar that in Estonia. So, as we know, the circular economy is quite a big mechanism, and there's many things which need to be developed or changed or invent to reach all those goals and targets which are set in our national waste management plan, and also in our action plan for the transition to a circular economy. This waste management plan is actually through this plan we try to change whole system. Now Latvia is or will be divided in 5 big regions, where all municipalities in this region, together with waste management companies, should organize their plans, how they will reach all these management targets, and how they will organize all the management waste system. So we have given them, let's say, we have shown the way, but how they will go through this way, this is their own decision. And also this action plan for the transition to circular economy, it shows actually that we understand where we should be in the future. We know what we should do. We have set also all the targets and goals for all, let's say, stakeholders in this field, and so we have very certain plan of actions, what to do, how to do, and what we have to reach in certain periods of time. What is not mentioned in this slide about the policy, it was also mentioned by Sigrid before that these are political documents, and we have made a lot of legislation, acts, laws, and so on. But we can't reach these goals or targets without society, without involving society in all these processes, and without society's understanding of the meaning that, and also being part of this. So we are also start to work on let's say, communication plan for how to communicate with society, to change their behaviors, and actually to make all these things as the value for society, for individuals. That it's not like some in European Union or somebody in government or in STIMA or whatever in any place has told us to do, but actually this should be from point of view of society as their need. So basically we know the whole system, we have acknowledged that system, we have plans what and how to do, and so we are slowly moving on. For that, one big part of that way is this life waste to resource integrated project, where our ministry and all, let's say, all stakeholders are involved. We have, in this big project, we have several smaller projects, which actually covers all the areas in this circular economy. So there is funding from Europe, there is funding from our government, and also the funding which should be put in from the project members. At the same time, we have connected all these plans with European funding, where our government has, let's say, gave this 96 million euros, which can be used on the way to this circular economy. These are all partners, as I told, the main stakeholders in this field, starting from NGOs, waste management companies, municipalities, and so on. As I mentioned, there are many projects, or several, but I want to highlight this project of reducing the plastic pollution. Now, because the plastic pollution actually is according also to today's topic, is the main issue, and this project is in a quite, we are speeding it up, and in the end of the year We will have a laboratory where you can check the plastics. You can get data. You can get information about detailed information about this content of what kind of plastics. So we will have data about all kinds of plastics in our market, and so it will give also an opportunity for us to use this data to, let's say, to be better prepared for some policy making, how to deal with these plastics, how to recycle it, and what can be put in the place of this plastic. Then it's the same what is in Estonia. We already have this information waste management information system, but now we are improving this system. And also, as Sigrid showed on the screen, there will be information from the beginning of this waste circling till the end. All the processes will be put in this database. We will be able to follow all the management, not management, but all the moves of the waste. So it not only the instrument for controlling the system, but also instrument for knowing what is really happening and how it is moving around and the amounts and so on. Then I want to highlight, but I suppose the colleagues later will maybe talk a little bit detailed about this. We have application, this Vides SOS or environmental SOS, where everybody can fix, not fix, but can if it sees the problem, so you can take a photo, you can send this information to this service, and they will receive this complaint and go through this complaint, and then so we'll manage all this situation. What else we do? Not only this policy, but also in practical aspects, we have made, let's say, connection, not connection, but we're working together with companies who are involved in this pollution, and so we can see that we're monitoring together with them this, for example, dust pollution in the ports, which is quite a big, gives quite big impact to our air pollution in the cities. Also, for society, we have organized or made this Šķirot viegli, which is actually where you can see all these waste collection points, and if you have some specific waste and you don't know where to put it, you can just open this homepage and find the closest place where you can collect your, where you can bring your waste. And also there is information about all these deposit collection points. So the main idea, or what main thing, which I want to say about Latvia's way to this circular economy is that we have done already a lot. We have made this policy. We have already involved society. We are involving in that process not only municipalities but also whole waste management companies, and so we are all together in this way. Of course, we have many issues, and we have changed the law, and I suppose the law will be changed several times during that period, and during our way to reach these goals. But only problem I would say is also time and money and also human resources to reach these goals and targets. So yes, thank you very much for this small introduction from my side. So if any questions, I will try to.
I have a question, Andris. Do you have oil in Latvia? We in Estonia, we don't have oil. We have shale oil, but it's not oil. It's a stone. Do you have oil?
Yes, we have. Yes, a little bit.
Yes. The problem with oil, it's so easy to produce plastic because it's cheaper to take it from oil than to take it from the landfill and turn it into plastic again. So it's a huge concern for all of us. It's so easy to buy products from China instead of making them in Latvia.
It is a problem, but according to oil, we are only on the way of research for that. So we are not using it in any way to produce something.
Hopefully we will never reach the conclusion to produce anything from oil in Latvia. Okay, Andris, thanks for the presentation. Give him a great applause. And that's our first session today. Next one starts at 11:50. Now it's a coffee break. Go and feel inspired. You can really comment between yourselves while there is a coffee break. I'm not holding you here. But we are back on stage at 11:50. Please stay on time. Thanks. for coming back on time. The reason why we have to keep the timing, it's not us here in the hall, because we can have our conversations as well in the hallway. Lots of people are watching us over internet, at least 45, those who didn't come to sit in the front row. So to respect their time, we have to be back here at the moment when it's announced. So now we are going to delve more deeply into the project we are finishing here today. And the project was called PACKGDEPO. From start to finish, how it all happened, how was life long time before COVID in 2014, and how it all changed, and how did it change the project. Laurina Šinkeva, project manager from Ministry of Environment of Estonia, she has the presentation and ready to start. Floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you for having me. So, yes, it's hard to believe that this day is here. So the final conference. So I will show my sturdy first slide of which each my presentation starts with all the time. So about this project. So the goal, raising awareness on packaging deposit and strategic approach to harmonize packaging deposit systems in Estonia and Latvia. It's an Interreg Estonia-Latvia program. The program lasted from 2014 until 2020. So this project was one of the last projects in this program because it started in actually after this time period, so in February 2021. The total cost or budget for the project was 300,000 euros, and European Regional Development Fund contributed in the amount of 255,000. Project partners, the lead partner, Ministry of Environment of Estonia, and the project partner, Latvian Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. And like I said, it started already in February 2021, but at that time also COVID was very hard, so the actual activities got delayed quite a bit. And now it's finishing this month, so in a week it will be done. So the project objectives. Increased awareness on packaging waste issues and packaging deposit system. Developing a strategic approach to harmonize packaging deposit systems and work towards some possibilities of joint systems in Estonia and Latvia. Then there was a big emphasis on raising awareness. So public campaign was to reach this goal. And actually this week, public campaign is also taking place in Estonia and Latvia. I will show later some slides about it. And then from this technical side as well, 360 people had to be participated in the events, and 85,000 citizens in Estonia and Latvia had to be influenced.
Hey, sorry, people on internet say that they quite can't hear you.
Okay.
I have to fix the mic slightly lower. Take some moments. Sorry, 1 second. This one is better. You feeling safe?
Can they hear me now?
Yes, better. Thanks.
Can we have some check that everyone can hear us? Yeah?
It's okay now.
Yeah? Okay, wonderful. So, main activities. We had solution-oriented workshops with different stakeholders. Total 15 workshops. Actually, this one also is counted as one today. Then information collection and development of informational and educational materials. Then public awareness campaign, like I mentioned before. Then as well, pilot project in Valga, which took place in January this year. As well as stakeholder engagement more widely than just events, as we contacted with different stakeholders and asked their opinions and feedback and also insight. Then one of the main activities is also to create this roadmap, but political and technical analysis was the incentive or insight to this roadmap. So this was quite a long process as well to do this analysis. And then the roadmap was compiled from all of these analyses that were performed. So about the workshops, so we had 15 total. First one was myths about the deposit return system. I have a picture here down on the left corner. It was quite interesting. There are quite many myths. And of course, each deposit operator in Estonia and Latvia have to always continue to make things clear and educate people about these myths, but it was interesting to go over it again because even I learned many new things. Then we had educational workshops online and also we had on-site, because of this COVID thing, we had many, so this is the third event that's on-site. And we had seminars in Tartu and Riga. And then we had, for political and technical analysis, we had 3 workshops with stakeholder involvement. And also for pilot development, we had 3 workshops as well. About educational materials, we created 2 videos, more emphasis on children, as we see that educating children has very big impact if we want to have people in our society who don't see only the linear way, but they start from very small age to see why it's important to think of circularity, to what are the benefits and why it makes our future much more nicer. So the age groups were for middle school and older, so high school age. But of course, all kinds of age groups can see it because it's for public as well. And the main parts were to raise awareness about separate waste collection and also circular economy and how resources are important and why is this why is it important that we take action as well and to remind people this. Then we had a big part, this was with teachers' involvement, so we had at first workshops about with teachers and then we developed the materials. But about materials, my colleague will later talk more. But yeah, we also had for different age groups and with instructions for teachers to use them, because this was a main problem that teachers said that there's so many materials but no instructors or they don't have time to create materials from these random materials, so they need like class plans and everything very specific. And also very interesting, in those materials there's instructions on how to find more materials. So they're very, very going in very detail. Then we had the Valga pilot, which was quite an interesting task because at the beginning it seemed that it's not possible at all, but it was also because the Latvia was implementing the system, and it was quite hard to figure this pilot out in the midst of all other important things that were going on. But in January 2023, it came a reality. It happened for 3 weeks in Valga area. There was involved 1 shop and so 1 deposit, 1 reverse vending machine from Valka, and 1 shop and 1 reverse vending machine from Valga. So piloting was harmonized. So we harmonized systems with the help of Tomra. They are one of the biggest sellers or makers of these reverse vending machines, and they provide these services. So we use Tomra machines. And the very simplified version was that the data from both countries were put into one machine. So the machine could read Estonian bottles and Latvian bottles. But it was simplified version. So it's not like it's going to work so in actuality. So this was a test, mainly also to see the reaction from the consumers as well, and what kind of obstacles appeared or such. Also, at the same time, we had surveys. We had people interviewing people in those areas, and it was quite interesting that around 70% of Estonians. So 70% was this number was same in both countries. So people from Latvia go to Estonia and buy drinks, and also from Estonia to both sides. But also to take note, of course, actually, in the survey, the respondents in Latvia there was also some Estonians. So not all respondents who responded for Latvia were Latvians. So I presume that actually this number is bigger on the Estonian side and smaller on the Latvian side. From Estonia, people tried to give away Latvian bottles more often in Estonia, and Latvians more often brought them back to Estonia. So, this is quite confusing, is it? Okay. Well, the main thing is that thank you. The people who tried to give them away in Estonia, so foreign bottles in Estonia, succeeded with 91%. And not foreign bottles, but Latvian bottles with a common code. I will talk about it later as well. But from Latvian side, those who tried to give away bottles in Latvia that were bought from Estonia succeeded with 57%. So if I interpret it correctly, then I think that people tried to give away, so Estonian people tried to give away Latvian bottles in Estonia. They didn't succeed, so then they took them to Latvia back to still receive the money. Because we also had a survey last year in summer of 2022 in Estonia, where we had people answer questions about their habits with packaging deposit and what kind of what would they wish for or what could be different. So from there, it seemed that over 90% of people in Estonia take back deposit packaging, and around 6% answered that for them, for example, they only take partially back because for them, the motivation of the deposit sum is not high enough. So those were, that survey was for the whole of Estonia, not for specific regions. And for the whole of Estonia, 7% tried to give away Latvian bottles in Estonia. But in general, over 90% wish to have a cross-border systems. So it is very much supported by the public and consumers. So this is, I will go more in depth with this pilot because it's quite interesting. So, as you can see, the collected bottles quite interesting data as well. There were 3,054 sessions completed in this 3-week period, and average was 56 accepted bottles per session. And if you see the last sentence, the minimum was 1 bottle, and the maximum was 788 bottles at 1 session. So quite an interesting fact there. Can was the most popular bottle that was brought cross-border. And during this pilot, we made a simplified version again for reusable glass bottle. So this was counted as single use during the time being. But again, this is appeared as a thing to consider if creating any kind of cross-border systems, that we have also reusable glass bottles, not only single-use bottles. So reusable means that they will go back to the company and they will be washed and filled, not crushed and created a new bottle. So during the time, it was brought back quite equally, so 52% in Estonia and 48% in Latvia. So this is all bottles that were brought back in that time. But collected packaging in Latvia, so Estonian packaging made up only 4%, so not much at all. And can was, again, most popular with 60%. But in Estonia, the packages bought cross-border from Latvia accounted for 27%, so much higher number. Here, can is also most popular, but less than in Latvia. And there's several reasons why this might have happened. Either the products are cheaper in Latvia, or people have gotten used to it, or they just heard the notification that this is possible and they wanted to try it out. But this exactly we can't know the reason why, but this is the result. And so out of the, so to say, foreign bottles brought back, 87% were with Estonian sign and 13% with Latvian sign. I mean, they were opposite. So they were bought to Estonia and brought to Latvia. So here again, the cans are brought out as they were collected the most. With cans, it's actually quite interesting that this is one of the materials that is most highly possible to make without losses into new cans. So it's actually quite important to collect it. And in general, with this, why deposit packaging is very good is because it's a way where we can collect packages which can be made into new packages that are contacted with food and drink products. Because not always from regular packaging collection, it's not possible to do so for hygiene reasons. So during this pilot, we also had Tomra do a 3-month analysis on the, so basically border areas, different sites of reverse vending machines. So they were taken 9 from Estonia and 9 from Latvia. And they analyzed how many were Estonian Latvian common and how much was rejected. So from those areas, so it was more close to the border, you have to keep in mind, we had 23% with common code. So this means that it's an international code and it's sold in both countries and also registered there. So with those, it's not possible to exactly say where it was bought from. The common bottles were accepted more in Estonia than in Latvia. Then rejected bottles from, so Latvian bottles that were rejected in Estonia and Estonian bottles that were rejected in Latvia, that was actually quite equal. It was 49-51%. But out of the whole of rejected bottles in Latvia, Estonian bottles were also 50%, but in Latvia, in Estonia, the Latvian bottles were just a third of those that were rejected. So this shows that to Estonia, also some other foreign packages were brought more often. Then we had, at the moment, we are having this awareness raising campaign. The main emphasis was notice the sign or signs in general, because quite often in day-to-day life we tend to forget to look, to read, to notice, and we just try to conveniently do the first thing that comes in mind. But there's so many indicators that show us how to do better, which way to go, what to do with your waste, where to put it. So yes, this waste sorting was also one of the main points. We created a short clip to put on public transport in Estonia and Latvia, and in Estonia it also went on television. And also life cycle assessment. Maybe you already saw, but outside in that coffee break area, there was this roll-up. The life cycle assessment drawing was also on it. So this was the main slogans in Estonian and Latvian. And maybe you have seen. Raise your hands. Have you seen them somewhere? No? Oh, you have? Oh, nice. Okay, very good. Then this is a screenshot from the Estonian clip where the boy didn't know where to put his waste, but the girl showed on the signs that we have also on the containers. So he did the right choice. And this is the life cycle assessment drawing, which is, well, it also broadly takes into account other packages as well, as it starts from very broad extracting of materials. Well, of course, the main focus is on deposit packaging, but other packaging always goes to the packaging container. If you can't give it away of course, even like bottles, you want to give away in the deposit collection point, and you can't, then don't throw it in the trash, throw it in the packaging container. Then one big part about this project was the political and technical analysis. And so the aim was to create suggestions that could help us ease change into existing systems, and also to find solutions for possible joint systems, and to locate obstacles and also offer solutions. So these suggestions have been developed, and they were, for them, questionnaires were used. So stakeholders answered, they could answer several questions, and from the answers were this view of different sides was put together. So there were 3 workshops, and so public sector, private sector, and then we had also validation workshop where we shared the results. With doing the roadmap, we pushed it a little more forward so that we could see some, so we had tables, because basically it's a big document, 50 pages long, but there's also a really good visual in the end where there's pluses and minuses posted. And if someone were to move with this forward, it's a very good point where to maybe get more information, be really quickly get on the same level of this topic. Because it was quite hard, quite difficult to see all the sides, and I'm sure there's many more sides that are still needed. And yeah, so basically we came up with 4 different solutions. So these are more about this table. So 4 different solutions. I will talk later more in depth with this roadmap, but the first one was the most, basically it's not really a solution because it doesn't fill out all the boxes that were intended, but it gives the environmental point of view of getting more packages back, and also raising the rate of collection. And with this also, maybe not so many foreign packages end up in our nature and environment and water and so on. Because even though in Estonia this system has been already implemented since 2005, and we have very high collection rates, especially when there was this tax difference and more Latvian packages were brought to Estonia, they appeared more in the nature as well. So it is quite important in that sense. And then the second, third, and fourth option are more complicated and involve also the customer receiving back deposit. But I will go more in that later. And so, yes, for the roadmap, basically the main thing is that we are better prepared for change because of European member states are increasingly introducing deposit packaging systems. And this is a very good opportunity to recycle high quality packaging, like I mentioned. And we have also heard from different countries that there's also problems with cross-border movement, and so this project is a really good starting point and helps to research the possibilities further because it is definitely needed. So this is not definitely the end for this topic, because because like with all projects, things got delayed, and we wished we could have done more, but there's quite many analysis, I think, that are needed still to see which options are better or worse, and maybe there's another option there as well. So yes. I also thank everyone who participated in this project, who helped, who gave some input, it has been a very, very interesting road, definitely. So thank you.
Yes, guys, let's give a great applause to Laurina. She's been managing the project I do have a question. So how did it all happen? Was it top-down order from Brussels? Let's research neighboring countries. Can they actually link their packaging systems? Or was it grassroots thing? Like you had a feeling that we have same kind of bottles as we have seen in Riga. Maybe we can exchange them.
At that time, I wasn't here working in the ministry, but it wasn't from Brussels. It was from Estonian and Latvian ministries who they were thinking that, oh, it would be interesting to research this topic.
Mm-hmm. What's your biggest conclusion from the project? Does it make sense to have this kind of systems harmonized?
Definitely, since we are moving cross-border so many times, like who has brought something cross-border? Quite many
Voting.
hands.
Yes. Me too.
But one of the biggest takeaways that was quite surprising was also the raising awareness part and this the whole other part of this project, because it was quite a two-part project. So one of this raising awareness and then creating some solutions for a common system. And yeah, I didn't expect this educating part to have such a big impact. One thing on teachers and on public, and also these ideas that we can't do it like we need this. We need educating whatever the topic is that we want to. When we want to have the change, then we need to also raise awareness and educate about it.
I guess it's a joke to say that if you need to change something fast, you have to tax it. People will be really considering that to avoid those new taxes, they have to change their behavior. The other one, the slower one, comes from Sweden. If you need to change the traffic rules, you teach kids to cross streets in the right spots, and then their parents soon start doing the same. So education is the slower one, but it's more effective because taxes seem to change after each change of the government. Thanks, Laurina. We'll have you soon back on stage when you show us the PACKGDEPO roadmap. But now, going more detailed into education, we have the Latvian presenter, Santa Kristiāna Steiblūma. She's the project coordinator from the Latvian side, PACKGDEPO Project Education.
Yeah, thank you for introduction. And yeah, I'm very sorry, but I have my first conference today, and I'm a little bit nervous, and hopefully everything goes well. And yeah, let's start. About education, so Alvi knows that this education is key to involve younger target groups and also private sector. So basically, it's also about everything where we involved, and as these materials are very important. Yeah, and if we are talking about developing materials, so we focused on factors that need to take in account. So first is materials is for general public, but not only. We need to think about specific groups like schools, municipalities, also packaging companies, and materials includes a set of practical examples like exercise, training sets, also games. And materials are developed in Estonian and Latvian language. And of course, the common solution was analyzed in workshops. This focus on needs for teachers because they know much more better than everyone else what learning materials are needed for them. And yeah, the project activity target group was Eco School Network and also Ministry of Education. And in Estonia, Environmental Board has good connection with schools and also these centers. And estimate group, what we needed to reach out was 50 educational institutions. So we reach much more because like eco schools in Latvia, we have 33, and in Estonia, they have much more than 100. So, so developing these materials, we organized also quite many workshops. So let's see what we made in workshops. So yeah, first workshop was held on March last year. So this where we Latvian and Estonian part shared their experience on of how the education process works. So we included the main questions, what information on waste sorting is currently available in school at this moment, what they need, maybe some new materials, and also what should be taken into account if we want to develop these materials, because of legislation, these rules is different for both countries. And also we shared experience between experts and various areas. So tips and tricks we learned, and of course group discussions. And there was involved also preschools, school teachers, representatives of ministries, and also experts from National Center of Education. We also get advice from Tartu Nature House, Environmental Agency of Estonia, and also TalTech University. So they all together attended in these workshops and help and give advice. So we really appreciate it. So about next one, we made a cycle of workshops. Altogether was 4. We made it by Tartu Nature House. This period was from May till September last year, and the target audience was Estonian and Latvian teachers. We shared ideas on how new knowledge of deposit system and the need to sort waste could be integrated in these materials. And we also prepared the questionnaire. There was 12 questions. This main questions was how their schools is conducting in this learning process, and what materials are available on waste sorting and deposit packaging system, and of course about reuse of things. And at the end, information was gathered, of course, and we analyzed it, and was developed like a framework for future development of educational learning materials for teachers. And yeah, about last one workshop was held with by Tartu Nature House, held in Tartu. So this was on September, end of September last year, and this training day for preschool and school teachers. So the introduction, the subject of like deposits, packaging system, and packaging waste in general. So the training day allow also to get an idea of the life cycle of packaging educational materials related so to existing packaging waste, and learn new ideas, new techniques for schools. And yeah, and very main topic was also about how to discuss this question about how we can talk with children of different ages about these questions. So it was quite also challenging. And this workshop second part was a very practical part. We made 2 groups for preschool and school teachers. There was the main topics is packaging under the microscope, very interesting. We used real microscopes and search, and also about packaging being reusable materials and environmentally friendly consumption, so food and packaging, and of course labels of plastic. And workshop showcase what happens to different materials if we leave them in nature, what happens, and introduce ways to visualize them, how to, for students, how to present. And practical advice was provide, so reuse of packaging, and how to make, for example, pots and pallets or bags. and about labels as well, in show what the packaging is made of, how we can recycling it, and basically we focused on environmentally friendly consumption. So yeah, and the last one was the final workshop held in Latvia. This was held on February this year. Of course, participants from Latvia and Estonia, teachers, and main objective was to inform about development materials, what we are talking today. So as a seminar, I provide an overview of the prepared training materials of 5 topics. So how we see at plastic packaging, deposit packaging, textile waste, disposable plastics, and the circular economy. But most interesting part was this second part where we made practical things, and there we made also bags, napkins by Greenbelt, and also played educational games with Sierra and Martin from Harrod company. And yeah, and what did I want to highlight that there was a lot of interest from teachers, really lots, because 90 participants attending our workshop in person, but 441 person was on YouTube channel, like viewers, so quite high numbers. And what is also important, I need to mention that after a workshop, we received lots of thanks for teachers in person and also by emails. And I want to point out that lots of emails, really lots of emails. So these teachers acknowledge that these materials are valuable information and very useful and would be used in their lessons. So yeah, biggest assessment in developing educational materials. And there you can see what happens in these workshops. Much of workshops was organized by remotely in teams. So there you can see in the middle we use whiteboard. There write down notes and ideas and discuss it. And of course, memorable and valuable workshops are in person. So yeah, so was 2 workshops in Tartu and the final in Riga. So in total we organized 6 workshops. So let's see what we made in these workshops. So yeah, educational materials. We made 2 videos. The main topic was on awareness raising in the circular economy and waste management in 2 languages, Latvian and Estonian. So about sorting, recycling, and necessity of waste for junior people, students, and video for elder students. So on limited resources, benefits of circular economy, and comparing to this linear or standard economy. So yeah, and the second part of educational materials, there we made technical materials, like in PowerPoint and PowerPoint format, and in Latvian and English. Also, we developed these materials like how to say it, for explanation, these materials, how to use. We made more Word document also, and quite wide, more than 18 pages. So materials are easily to adapt and imported into practically any subject at any age. And yeah. What was interesting is that we put also multiple games and other interactive elements. We also 1 game tested with our colleagues. And my question, maybe you are wondering where we can find these documents, where maybe there doesn't exist, because we get some height assessment from teachers. So you can find it in both ministries' homepages in PACKGDEPO part. And also I made 2 QR codes in Latvian and Estonian, so you can check it how we made it, and yeah, thank you.
Questions to Santa? Let's take a look at Slido. Well, not many. Oh, there is one. Do I understand correctly that now all our Estonian deposit packaging can be given away in Latvia in their packaging automates, or it was just a test project? I guess it was a question to Lorina, but as I understand, it was a pilot, so it's over now, right?
Yeah, it was test project.
Yeah, the test proved that we can, but the test is over next year. Next question. I have one about education. What's your prognosis? How long it will take before people will really understand that it's easier to recycle than...
I think it's repeat question. If you more repeat and talk about it, you will remind it. And also on with this based level on kindergartens, we need to start from them. This is our future.
I can give a hint which happened to me in my short experience with kids. I have a 3-year-old child. There is no conference or public event where I haven't spoken about him. But now here I see a context. So we create lots of packaging waste at home, lots of plastic bottles, because my lady likes to drink mineral water from plastic. I drink beer. So it's like lots of bottles each week we produce, and we don't take them straight to the landfill. We collect them because it's so stupid to bring them to the landfill. But I used to throw them away because we had lots of poor people in the center of Tallinn who like to take those bottles from the collection can, trash bin, whatever you call it in Latvia. And now, when I have a kid and he discovered that we have in this locker room, we have lots of bottles, he said, "Daddy, there is lots of money, I need a toy." So somehow they have been told already in the kindergarten that if your parents have bottles, don't let them throw the bottles away because the bottles can buy you toys. So that's how it starts. It starts with children, not with us grown-ups, because it's really hard to change our habits unless they are somehow incentivized by kids. So thanks Santa, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Guys, we have a lunch break now. It's 1 hour lunch. It starts 12:40 and ends 13:40 in the hallway. Before we go to the lunch, lots of us are following us on the internet. We have some videos to watch. If you're really hungry, you can run now. If you're not so hungry, some minutes of your time, please pay attention to the screens. Thank you.
Miks neid prügikaste nii palju on? Ja prügi peab sorteerima, aga miks see vajalik on? Mis oleks, kui teeks lihtsamini? Prügi läheb prügikasti ja ongi kõik. Ei ole mingit pakendit ja paberit ja bio ja klaasi ja ma ei tea mida kõike. Mis siis juhtuks? Kõigepealt, Eestis kogutakse mitut erinevat sorti jäätmeid. Näiteks papp ja paber, pakendijäätmed, biolagunevad jäätmed, lisaks tekstiil, klaas, elektroonikajäätmed, ohtlikud jäätmed. Aga kui on midagi, mis sellesse nimekirja ei kuulu, siis see läheb olmejäätmetesse ehk segaolmesse. Ja olmejäätmed on need, mis jõuavad lõpuks prügiautoga prügimäele või pannakse põlema. Eestis tekib aastas inimese kohta umbes 1 bussi jagu jäätmeid. Kui see kõik läheks prügimäele, siis kogu Eesti peale oleks peaaegu 2 miljonit prügiautotäit jäätmeid. Kui me need autod kõik tihedalt kokku pakiksime, kataksid need prügiautod kogu Tallinna kesklinna ala. 10 aastaga haaraksid need enda alla terve Tallinna. Mis sellest prügist edasi saab? Suur osa sellest on plastprügi. Olete võib-olla kuulnud, et plast ei lagune looduses üldse. Tegelikult see pole päris täpne. Laguneb küll. Ta laguneb sellisteks imepisikesteks osakesteks, mida nimetatakse mikroplastiks ja nanoplastiks. Neid osakesi palja silmaga ei näe. Aga kui nad on nii väikesteks lagunenud, siis edasi nad ei lagune. Nad ei muutu mingiks teiseks aineks, need jäävad plastiks. Need mikro- ja nanoplasti osakesed võivad sattuda põhjavette ja sealt meie joogivee sisse või mikroorganismide, näiteks bakterite või hoopis taimede aineringesse. Sealt söövad need sisse juba erinevad loomad ja lõpuks jõuab see kõik toiduahelat pidi meie toidulauale. Ilmselt ka siin sees on mikroplasti. Väidetavalt me sööme nädalas sisse umbes 5 grammi jagu mikroplasti. See on umbes sama palju kui üks pangakaart. Muuseas, mikroplasti ei teki ainult plastprügi lagunemisel, vaid ka näiteks riideesemete pesu ja mikrofiiberlappide kasutamisega. Kuna inimesed toodavad maailmas nii palju prügi, siis mikroplast on jõudnud igale poole, seda on kõikjal. Seda on leitud ka inimkehast. Ja isegi teadlased ei tea veel, mis mõju sellel meie tervisele on. Olgu, mina vist ei tahaks prügisse uppuda. Aga kuidas siis seda vältida? Läheme tagasi prügikastide juurde. Olmeprügi läheb prügimäele ja see ei ole hea. Aga kuhu läheb mu prügi, kui ma näiteks salatikarvi paneksin pakendiprügisse? Siis see läheb ümbertöötlustehasesse, seal jahvatatakse see plastgraanuliteks ja nendest saab teha näiteks uue šampoonipudeli või aiamööblit. Aga biolagunevad jäätmed? Need viiakse biojäätmete ümbertöötlustehasesse või kompostimisse. Biolagunevaid jäätmeid saab kasutada näiteks väetiste tootmiseks ja neist saab teha keskkonnasõbralikku biogaasi, mille peal saab sõitma panna autod või bussid. Aga paber ja papp? Need pressitakse kokku sellisteks kuubikuteks ja viiakse paberivabrikusse. Seal tehakse neist joonistuspaberit, tualettpaberit, papppakendeid, munareste, soojustusmaterjale ja palju muud. Lisaks pakendile, biojäätmetele ja paberile saab Eestis tegelikult anda ära ka näiteks ohtlikke jäätmeid ja elektroonikat niimoodi, et need prügimäele ei satuks. Näiteks teleka või arvuti sees võib olla isegi kulda. Miks midagi nii väärtuslikku lihtsalt prügimäele visata, on ju? See on siis liigiti kogumine ehk kõnekeeles prügi sorteerimine. Päris kõike prügi muidugi ei ole võimalik liigiti koguda, midagi läheb paratamatult ka olmeprügisse. No, näiteks katkine taldrik. Ei ole pakend, ei ole paber, ei ole biolagunev ega ka ohtlik jääde, nii et olmeprügisse. Aga kui me kogume liigiti, siis prügimäele jõuab palju vähem prügi. Aga miks ei võiks olla nii, et mina kallan kõik prügi olmeprügi auku ja pärast kuskil seal tehases nemad sorteerivad? Seepärast, et kõike lihtsalt ei ole enam tagantjärele mõistlik või isegi võimalik sorteerida. Sinul või minul on väga lihtne enne prügikasti viskamist korra mõelda, et ahaa, banaanikoor läheb biolagunevasse ja salatikarp läheb pakendiprügisse. Aga kui seal sorteerimistehases on mingi suur plögane pundar, siis mis te arvate, kes sealt enam midagi välja sorteerida suudab? Seda ei saa enam kasutada. Ühesõnaga, nii palju mõistlikum on, et enne, kui ma üldse prügi kuhugi viskan, siis mina teen selle sorteerimise ära. See võtab mul päriselt nagu 1 sekund ja ongi sorteerimine tehtud. Muidugi on olemas üks eriti kaval liigiti kogumise süsteem. Seda nimetatakse pandipakendisüsteemiks. See käib nii, et kui sa ostad poest näiteks pudeli limonaadi või vett, siis sa maksad limonaadi või vee eest pluss pisike summa panti selle pudeli eest. Jood selle vee või limonaadi ära, viid pudeli tagasi ja saad pandiraha endale tagasi. Need pandipakendid korjatakse kokku ja kas siis pestakse ära või siis suunatakse ümbertöötlemisse. Nii et sinu pudelist võib saada näiteks uus pudel või vaip, jalgpallisärk või tolmuimeja kott. Oluline on, et ta läheb ringlusse. Ja miks see süsteem kaval on? Sest see töötab. Näiteks Eestis on pandipakendisüsteem kasutusel olnud juba 2005. aastast ja 10 pudelist 9 tagastatakse. Ja see on seepärast, et lisaks sellele, et nii saab keskkonda hoida, on inimese jaoks veel üks lihtne kasu sees. Ta saab selle eest raha tagasi. Nii et põhimõtteliselt materjalid käivad nagu ringi. Kui me enam mingit asja ei vaja, saadame ringlusse, sellest tehakse uus asi, paneme jälle ringlusse, tehakse uus asi ja nii edasi. Seda kõike nimetatakse ringmajanduseks. Ja mida rohkem me suudame niimoodi jäätmeid ümber töödelda, seda vähem jõuab prügimäele. Eesmärk võikski olla, et siia olmejäätmetesse jõuaks võimalikult vähe prügi. Aga mõtleks korra selle peale, miks mul üldse prügi tekib? Kas oleks kuidagi võimalik teha nii, et prügi tekiks vähem? Absoluutselt. Vaatame, mida me saame teha enne prügikasti juurde jõudmist. No näiteks ma võiksin käia poes oma kotiga, mitte osta poest ühekordselt kasutatavat kotti. Kohe 1 kilekott või paberkott säästetud. Puuviljade jaoks võiksin võtta väikesed kotid, mida saab ka korduvalt kasutada. Kommide jaoks võiksin võtta poodi kaasa näiteks oma karbi ja osta ka komme kaaluga. Ma võiksin osta kvaliteetseid asju, mis ei lähe kohe esimesel kasutamisel katki. Ma võin parandada katki läinud asju, mitte kohe ära visata ja uut osta. Kui mul on terved asjad, mida ma enam ei kasuta, ma võin need taas kasutusse anda või müüki panna. Ja kui mul on mingit asja vaja, ei pea alati uut ostma. Äkki saab sama hea asja kasutatuna. Nii on odavam ja ei koorma nii palju keskkonda. Niimoodi on võimalik jäätmete teket vähendada. Ehk prügikasti juurde tulles oleks üldse hoopis vähem asju, mida ära visata. Ja siis jõuaks prügimäele veel vähem prügi. Niisiis, kokkuvõtteks teeme nii, et jäätmeid üleüldse tekiks vähem, kogume jäätmeid liigiti ja niimoodi hoiame ennast ja oma keskkonda.
Tas esi tu. Ir karsta diena, un tu nopirki foršu vēsu dzērienu. Izdzēri atkritumu konteiners. Tu skaisti iemet pudeli atkritumu konteinerā. Atkritumi nonākuši īstajā vietā, viss ir labi, dzīve ir skaista, vai ne? Šī pudele nekur nav pazudusi. Tas, ka tā ir prom no tavām acīm, nenozīmē, ka problēma ir atrisināta. Kas tālāk notiek ar šo pudeli? Tā ir no plastmasas. Vai tu zini, kas tālāk notiek ar plastmasu? Ak, nu tu atceries, ka jā, plastmasa gandrīz nemaz nesadalās. Jeb šī pudele aizvien kaut kur ir. Atkrituma poligonā, mežā, okeānā. Īsti nav zināms. Bet tā tur būs arī pēc gada, pēc 10 gadiem. Pēc tavas nāves, pat pēc tavu mazbērnu nāves. Kas ir trakākais? Tā tomēr nedaudz sadalās. Tā sadalās mikroplastmasā. Tās ir tādas nelielas daļiņas, ko ar acīm nevar saskatīt. Tās apēd mikroorganismi. No turienes tie ņem. Virzās augšu pa barības ķēdi un, piemēram, laša ķermenī nonāk uz tava ēdamgalda. Acīm redzot, arī šeit ir mikroplastmasa. Tiek lēsts, ka mēs nedēļā apēdam aptuveni 5 gramus mikroplastmasas. Tas ir aptuveni tikpat daudz, cik bankas karte. Un runa nav tikai par tevi. Padomāsim nedaudz vispārīgāk. Šeit mums ir bedre. No tās mēs izrokam resursus. Naftu, akmeņogles, dzelzi, varu, zeltu, alumīniju, urānu. Jebko. Šeit mums ir rūpnīca, šeit mēs ražojam, šeit dzīvo cilvēki, šeit mēs patērējam to, kas saražots rūpnīcā. Un šeit ir kalns. Atkritumu kalns. Šeit nonāk vairums tā, ko mēs patērējam. Un ir pat labi, ja vispār nonāk līdz atkritumu kalnam, sliktākajā gadījumā tas nonāk taisni jūrā. Vai zināja, ka klusā okeāna vidū ir milzīga teritorija, kas ir pilna ar ūdenī peldošiem atkritumiem? Tā ir 3 Franciju izmērā. Jebkurā gadījumā, jo vairāk no šīs bedres izraksim, jo lielāks izaugs šis atkritumu kalns. Bet nu, par šo bedri. Kā tu domā, vai resursi, kurināmais metāli tur ir nebeidzami? Protams, ka nav. Vienu brīdi tie vienkārši visā pasaulē beigsies. Izbeigsies nafta, ar ko brauks mūsu auto, kuģi, lidmašīnas. No naftas visticamāk ir veidota arī šī pudele. Jau šobrīd Eiropā daži būtiski resursi mums ir palikuši pavisam maz. Ņemsim, piemēram, redzemju metālus, kas ir vajadzīgi datoru, telefonu, televizoru, auto, lidmašīnu, LED gaismekļu, vienmēr sakot jebkuru augsto tehnoloģiju izveidēji. 90% no zināmās redzemju metāla produkcijas nāk no Ķīnas Tautas Republikas. Un ko tad, ja Ķīna vienu dienu vairs negribēs šos materiālus pārdot? Jebkurā gadījumā šeit attēlā ir redzams, kā pasaulē lietas notiek. Vai varbūt citādāk? Kādreiz bija citādāk. Pirmkārt, kādreiz cilvēki tik daudz nešķērdēja. Ja tika nogalināts dzīvnieks, tad tika izmantots viss dzīvnieka ķermenis. Gaļu apēda, no asinīm un zarnām gatavoja asinsdesas, no ragiem un kauliem izgatavoja dažādus priekšmetus, no ādas izgatavoja zābakus un siksnes. Ja agrākos laikos kas saplīsa, tad to salaboja. Nevis pirka jaunu. Otrakārt, kādreiz mēs nepratām ražot tādus sintētiskos materiālus, kas dabā nesadalās, bet vienlaikus izdala dažādas indīgas vielas. Ja, piemēram, šķīvis saplīsa lauskās, tas bija vienkārši veidots no māliem, un lauskas varēja izmest. Māli nesaindē, tie vienkārši ir vai sadalās mazākās daļās, ko daba var izmantot no jauna. Labi, tagad mums ir plastmasa, un tur neko nevar darīt, piesārņosim tālāk. Tā nav. Iztēlosimies nedaudz citādāku pasauli. Mēs kaut ko izrokam, Saražojam vienu pudeli, patērējam un wow! Izmantojam to atkārtoti. Un tad izmantojam to atkārtoti un vēlreiz izmantojam to atkārtoti. Vai elektronika? Vai zināja, ka telefona izveidošanai tiek izmantoti tādi redzamju metāli, kā piemēram lantāns, neodīms, itrīs, terbijs? Neesi par tiem nekad dzirdējis, jo tie ir redzamju metāli. Kad tie tiek izrakti, tad parasti vide pēc tiem paliek tik indīga un radioaktīva, ka neviena dvēsele tur nevar dzīvot. Bet varbūt šis piesārņojums nemaz nav vajadzīgs. Kāpēc mēs izsviežam šo veco elektroniku atkritumos? Izņemsim no tās redzemju metālus un no tiem uztaisīsim pilnīgi jaunu telefonu. Nu labi, pārstrādājot zudumi tomēr nedaudz būs. Kaut ko tomēr nāksies izrakt un neliels atkritumu kalns tomēr izveidosies, bet daudz, daudz mazāks. Un tas, ko es piedāvāju, saucas aprites ekonomika. Jo resursi nenāk no zemes un nebeidzas atkritumos, bet gan materiāli ir nemitīgā apritē. Šis pirmais modelis, ko apskatījām sākumā, tiek dēvēts par lineāro ekonomiku, jeb materiālu ceļā ir sākuma punkts, un tad tas beigās aiziet taisnā līnijā, jeb lineāri atkritumos. Bet aprites ekonomika ir ekonomikas sistēma, kur ar materiāliem cenšas aprieties pēc iespējas videi draudzīgāk un izmantotos materiālus ieviest jaunā apritē. Viens no aprites ekonomikas piemēriem ir depozīta sistēma. Tas notiek tā, ka ja tu veikalā nopērc, piemēram, limonādes pudeli, tad tu samaksā par limonādi plus nelielu depozīta summu. Izdzer limonādi un, ja nogādās pudeli atpakaļ automātā, saņemsi depozīta naudu atpakaļ. Tāpat depozīta iepakojumā var pasūtīt ēdienu uz mājām vai festivāla teltī, iegādāties depozīta glāzi un pēc tam iepakojumu vai glāzi nogādā pareizajā vietā un saņem naudu atpakaļ. Šie depozīta iepakojumi tiek savākti un vai nu nomazgāti vai arī novirzīti pārstrādē. Tā no tavas pudeles var iegūt, piemēram, jaunu pudeli vai paklāju, futbola kreklu vai putekļu sūcēju maisiņu. Ir svarīgi, lai tas nonāk apritē. Tātad, kā varam mazāk piesārņot un patērēt? Šķirojam atkritumus, izvairāmies no jaunu atkritumu radīšanas un pēc iespējas vairāk materiālu nogādājam apritē. Tā mēs planētu saglabāsim dzīvošanai piemērotu un dabas resursu pietiks arī nākamajām paaudzēm.
Before we leave for the lunch, I'd like to have you all back here at 13:40. And the lunch is served not in the hallway. Since we are sitting all day, let's have a short walk on the opposite street. And the restaurant is called Noot, N-O-O-T. It's the same hotel, but on the opposite side of the street. So please take your coats and be back at 13:40. Have a nice lunch, bon appétit. I guess they have saldiums in the dessert spot. Welcome back to Pärnu, to Estonia, to our closing event of Estonian-Latvian cooperation and test project about figuring out how to return, deposit, packaging. Now we have presentation which will happen on screen. It's the vice president of Tomra, the company which produces those machines which accept bottles after you have emptied the bottle. And man you see on screen is called Thomas Morgenstern, and he will explain Tomra's technical possibilities and data processing advancements in deposit return system. Thomas, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for the very, very kind invitation. And on this note, I would first of all like to thank you and congratulate you on the great work that you have been doing in the past, that you are continuing to do, and I hope that you will continue to do in the future, not only around deposit return systems, which is an essential part of the circular economy, but in general terms when it comes to nature and environmental conservation. I decided to take a bit of a different path in this presentation because I felt that I do not want to bore you with technical capabilities of reverse vending machines, and have decided to put the work that you have been doing for many years and decades, and also are presently doing with pilot projects like these, and would like to put this into a global and into a European context to show that importance. I will lose a couple of words, of course, about the company Tomra and who we are and what we do. But to be perfectly honest, this is not the important part to me. Technology creates efficiencies. These efficiencies, however, can only be created if the framework is right. I'll give you the example. You take a BMW and you take it into the desert. Most probably the car will not get far. You take a BMW and you put it onto the German Autobahn where I live, and that is what it is made for. What I want to say by this is our technology will always advance. Our technology will always adapt to the surroundings and the challenges that are placed towards us and which we are welcome to take at any point. So, who are we as Tomra? I will today only focus on the part of collection, not on the part of sorting. I will lose 2 words on this. We today are also the global market leader when it comes to waste sorting and when it comes to food sorting. But for the purpose of time today, I will only focus on Tomra Collection. Tomra Collections was established in 1972. Today, we have a turnover of around 6.2 billion Norwegian kronas. In real money, that is around 600 million euros. We have deployed around 85,000 systems worldwide, are represented in more than 60 countries as either a Tomra group, as individual business streams, or through local representation. And today we collect around 45 billion beverage containers annually around the world. To break these numbers up a bit more, per year we have more than 2 billion consumer sessions or interactions between consumers and our technology. We pay out, and with pay out, of course, we mean we hand out vouchers. Around a bit more than 6 billion euros annually. We are represented in more than 50,000 shops and stores around the world. And again, 45 billion beverage containers collected. Why am I stressing this? Because it sounds like a beautiful high number. However, this is around 3% of all beverage containers produced around the world, which means we are not collecting enough. Which is why we have set the target as a company to, in the next years, go up to 500 billion containers. And we can only collect these 500 billion containers with the support of the various stakeholders around the world who have an interest in implementing real sustainability policies, and in this field, deposit return systems. It raises the question, of course, what makes the deposit return system so attractive within the circular economy? And here, I know that your colleagues from Lithuania are not present today, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, I have to create a bit of competition in this field. The first one is maximizing high quality and high quantity collection. If we look at the Lithuanian case, and in 2015, 1 year before the introduction of DRS, the collection rate for PET bottles was around 33%. In 2016, 1 year after the system was up and running, it was 73.4%, and in 2017, it was 90%, meaning that within 2 years, in this case, Lithuania has already reached the collection targets required by the European Commission. What does this mean? As we all know, and as the people in the room know, usually once the collection rates reach their peak, it is very unlikely that they go down again. What does that mean? That means stability. It means stability, and it means a constant supply of secondary raw materials into the various different markets. And only through this constant supply of high quality materials, big brands around the world are able to increase the amount of secondary raw materials put into their products, and thereby not having to rely on the scarce and finite primary resources that we have today. But furthermore, this constant supply and this stability in the next stage creates, of course, not only the maximization of high quality and quantity recycling, but it also creates investment opportunities. It creates investment opportunities in the field of domestic recycling. We have seen this in various markets throughout the world, be it Sweden, Norway, Germany, the Netherlands, and depending, of course, on certain crucial financial factors that allow this type of implementation, we are certain that we will see this even in more countries around the world going forward, which means job creation, which means, of course, environmental benefit if we look at CO2 emission reductions and so on. The fourth, and also one of the most important aspects of why also deposit return systems have been implemented in the past, has been litter reduction, the reduction of littering. And I think it is undeniable that deposit return systems have the best and biggest effect on litter reduction when it comes to beverage containers, particularly when we are speaking on consumer on-the-go behavior. And this is also, and it has, I'll be honest, taken some time in my part of the world, which is Germany, for instance, for industry players and for retailers to understand this. However, what is always important to understand is a system does not equal a system. And I will start, first of all, to explain deposit has become mainstream throughout the world. You will see on this map the developments that we are seeing globally with dark blue existing systems around the world, green, which means a political decision has been made by the policymakers to implement such a system, and red, which means there are discussions around the implementation of DRS. And this stretches from the US down to South America, Uruguay, to Singapore, Europe, and Australia. And again here, the pioneer work done by countries like Estonia, Latvia, and others will serve and does serve as a blueprint for the global developments going forward. Because I will be very honest, today I and we see particularly the Baltic systems as the best in practice systems, where we always recommend, please speak to those countries and to those system operators if you want to learn more about these systems and how to implement them. But let's focus a bit on Europe for a second. These are the countries that we have and see today. And I think it is important, and the pilot project that has been conducted last year has shown that deposit systems are not static systems. It's not that once you implement these systems, they are here to stay in the format in which they have been implemented. They might be enhanced, meaning more material fractions come into the system, new contents come into the system. Deposit amounts increase if you have the feeling, for example, that you have a stagnation of collection rates. And Latvia, with a very young deposit system, and of course Estonia, with a well-established deposit system, have gone through some of these exercises. If we look at 2015 in Estonia, the increase of the deposit amount in light of the system in Lithuania coming, and of course the anticipation of Latvia coming, which means, hey, let's at least already harmonize the basic pillars of these systems, meaning material fractions, deposit amount, and the contents, because otherwise a pilot project as conducted last year would have been a quite difficult undertaking, to be honest. Okay, yeah. These are currently the greenfield countries that we are seeing, including starting dates. We have seen an explosion in the topic of deposit return systems, of course, throughout the last years, due to European member states pushing forward, and of course also the European Union understanding the benefits such a system has for policy side, for the business side, and for the environmental side, putting a very strong focus through a single-use plastic directive, but also through now the revision of the former packaging and packaging waste directive, which has now been elevated to a packaging waste regulation, which also shows the state that we are in from a political perspective, which means voluntary approaches by, let's say, nation states have their limits, and there is a point where supranational and also national governments have to start prescribing more and stronger and harsher policies when it comes to environmental and conservation. Last but not least, we are currently seeing, of course, also big discussions in other markets around Europe, which are have progressed over the past months and years to come, which have just started and which we will see continuing, of course, throughout the course of the next years to come, also given, again, the strict requirements which are applied by the European Commission. Which is why I and we as TOMRA believe that the future will look like this. In our opinion, we are of the opinion that by 2029, latest by 2030, all European member state and selective EEA countries will have implemented deposit return systems. They will not be perfect, for sure not. They will be dynamic. They will have to be flexible. However, they very heavily rely on the expertise of the pioneering countries, be it Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, the Nordics, to really help to come up with good, efficient systems which run at the lowest possible cost for all of the stakeholders involved, however, create the highest environmental and economic efficiencies within. So, having said this, I would like to end this very short presentation by saying you are ahead of your time. You are ahead of your time when it comes to the idea of harmonizing the systems. In 2011, there was a theoretical try to put this into a study and to put this onto paper. It wasn't carried forward. Please excuse me, I don't know the time correctly, I think it was 2012, 2013, the European Commission did a study on harmonizing deposit return systems if they come all over Europe. However, there has never been a practical approach in really trying this on the field between two countries. And believe me, latest in 2029, when all of this is blue, the discussions about harmonization will start. And that is where your input and your experience on these things that you are doing here will be highly required on a European level. And on this note, I would like to thank you again for the invitation, for inviting Tomra, and for the work that you are continuously doing to simply make this planet a bit better and a bit cleaner. Thank you very much.
Applause to Thomas Morgenstern, Vice President of Public Affairs for Tomra. They are doing the GRS equipment. Now, next on stage, we have Maija Baumann, a Key Account Manager from Tetra Pak, Key Account Manager for Baltics, right?
Yes.
Maija, floor is yours.
Yeah, that is right. So the mic is working. Hello?
Yes, we hear you really well.
Very good. As you mentioned, my name is Maija, and I'm representing Tetra Pak. I'm working with customers in all 3 Baltic countries. And thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. It will be short, but I hope you are looking forward to hear our experience with putting carton packages into deposit return system. So, the clicker. Do you have the clicker? Is this the clicker? No? Yeah. So, first of all, I would like to point out that our packages are already recyclable, and they are recycled in the countries where there exists infrastructure for collection, sorting, and recycling. But it's not the same story in every country. There are a lot of countries where system for collecting the packages is missing, and therefore they don't get recycled. So we collaborate across the recycling chain with other players to push forward the recycling. When it comes to our work with collection and recycling, I would like to show this slide, and you can see that the carton packages are recycled in more than 70 countries currently. And there are different collection and recycling schemes that are in place in these countries depending on the maturity of the markets. And since 2010, the number of facilities where carton packages get recycled has grown from 40 to 200, and this will not stop. A systemic change is needed in the countries where there is no collection and sorting system to implement it. And our strategy is to help countries to develop and invest in the nearest few years up to 120 million euro into local collection and recycling value chains. And as part of this investment is the new plant for recycling beverage cartons, which has been built in the in eastern part of Poland, in Ostrolek, together with our partners, our board supplier, Stora Enso, and Plastigram Industries. And this recycling facility is able to recycle all volumes of used beverage cartons that are collected in Poland and the Baltic countries. And there are two recycling lines that are separately recycling aluminium and polyethylene. We've seen in the past and now that European legislative initiatives are really pushing forward the green policy, and there are new initiatives coming, starting with economy package, then going over to Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive, Single-Use Plastic Directive, and now the current revision of Packaging Waste Regulation already. And these initiatives will keep coming. So we really have to reconsider the whole process of collecting and recycling the packaging. When it comes to our because of the sorry, I have missed one slide. Yeah, I think there's one slide missing. Yeah, so we have, because of the legislative initiatives and to fulfill our Tetra Pak sustainability targets, as well as satisfy the demands from consumers, we have run several pilot projects in Europe where our packages go into the recycling deposit return system. There have been projects in Portugal, in Serbia, in 2 projects in Serbia, and they are of different setup. And today I want to show you and tell you a little bit more about the project we had in Estonia. We think that carton packages should be included into deposit system because it gives equal competitive opportunities for all packaging formats, and it would incentivize people to return these packages just as it is now with plastics and aluminium. It is simple. People are used to deposit systems, and also the more packages are included, the lower the cost per package. And you can challenge me if this is not the case. So the purpose of the project in Tallinn, in Ülemiste, was to test how technically beverage cartons can be accepted by the deposit return vending machines. How does it really work in real life, test it in real life conditions, and also to understand how willing the consumers are to return these packages. And the test started September and ran until December 21 in cooperation with the supplier of the deposit systems, RVM Systems. I have to say that this is how we define the time for the project, but you can still go, and please Estonians, I encourage you, go to Ülemiste deposit point and bring your packages. They are still accepted by the vending machine there in Ülemiste. We communicated in our social networks about the project to encourage the consumers to bring packages back. We had on-site communication. You can see on these pictures. We published a press release in Estonia and Latvia, and we got press coverage about this project, which of course increased the consumer interest. Also, we engaged our customers to talk about the project in their social networks, and we really see a growing number of packages while we run the communication. The results of the project. It is clear that technically it is possible to bring and return used beverage carton packages into the reverse vending machines. And here's a technical statement from our partner that it is possible. There are no issues with the packages. The machine is working. There is no smell that someone would expect to come from milk packages. And there are no technical problems in receiving these packages. So our conclusions about the project. So the beverage cartons can be collected by reverse vending machines. There are no technical issues connected to accepting the packages in the machine, and the possibility to return packages was very well accepted by consumers, especially those, of course, who are environmentally conscious. So that was actually the target that the project was given, and we consider that this target was achieved. Yeah. Now, if there are any, Yuri, you always
Comments,
have a question.
Yes, one is,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know we had this machine in Ülemiste. Living in Tallinn, I have a habit to bring bottles back to Selver, which seems to have Tomra machines.
You should talk to your kid.
He doesn't know either, because he's never seen the machine. But now, question is, as I understand it, you can actually put a carton to this thing where we are used to put cans and bottles,
Yes.
right? Or does it
Exactly
need some tweaking inside of the equipment?
I mean, there is no employee standing behind the machine. No, it doesn't need any tweaking.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
Technically, the packages are accepted back as they are in the form they are sold, just like bottles and cans.
And you showed us that the box carton of milk, it has to stay in the shape as if I received it from the shop, because people usually, jam them to have more space in the trash can.
We had a discussion this morning actually with representatives of Latvian Ministry of Environment that there are no technical solutions yet for that.
Okay, last question from me is, what happens after? It's in the machine, and then what? Because when I put the glass bottle in, I can hear what happens to it. It blasts somewhere and breaks. And then the machine takes the aluminum can and it makes some sound of it, reaching the other box inside of the Tomra machinery. What happens to the carton inside?
I don't know.
Magic. Okay.
Magic
some
happens,
things
probably,
for me as a journalist. Yeah. Okay, it has taken at least 10 years for Estonians to get used to those machines. So it's really time to test us on bringing the carton also to the same equipment.
Lithuanians are quicker, as we heard from Tomra representative.
Yeah, I'm glad they are. So, any more questions? Okay, let's check if someone is on Slido. One moment. Yeah. Where will be the next project?
Any volunteers?
Latvia? Okay, the question was about milk packaging. And question is, how did you deal with milk packaging? How often was packaging collected from vending machine? Once a week?
Actually, I can't answer this question.
Okay.
We have to ask
I'll find out it from Ülemiste.
RVM Systems, our partner.
Thanks, Maija. Let's have a great applause. This is the presentation today which brought most of the questions, which shows us the, let's say, it's a market signal. We have to run after the signal. Next on stage, before we have music, we will watch a video. Pay attention to the big screen, how the clip on waste sorting or circular economy. Let's see what's the clip.
See oled sina. On palav päev ja sa ostsid mõnusa jaheda joogi. Jõid ära, prügikast, viskad ilusti pudeli prügikasti. Prügi sai õigesse kohta, kõik on hästi, elu on ilus, eks? See pudel on ju ikka veel alles. See, et ta on sinu silma alt ära viidud, ei tähenda, et ongi probleem lahendatud. Mis pudelist edasi saab? See on plastikust. Tead, mis plastikuga edasi juhtub? Et sul tuli meelde, et plastik ei lagune ju peaaegu üldse. Ehk siis see pudel on kuskil ikka veel alles. Prügimäel, metsaal, ookeanis, täpselt ei tea. Aga ta on seal aasta pärast, 10 aasta pärast sinu surma, isegi pärast sinu lastelaste surma. Mis kõige hullem, ta natuke laguneb ikka. Ta laguneb mikroplastiks. Need on sellised pisikesed osakesed, mida silmaga ei näe. Selle söövad mikroorganismid sisse, sealt lähevad need järjest amps mööda toiduahelat üles ja näiteks jõuavad lõhekehas sinu toidulauale. Ilmselt ka siin sees on mikroplasti. Väidetavalt me sööme nädalas sisse umbes 5 grammi jagu mikroplasti. See on umbes sama palju kui üks pangakaart. Ja asi ei ole ju ainult sinus. Mõtleme natuke üldisemalt. Siin on meil auk. Siit me kaevame välja ressursse. Naftat, kivisütt, rauda, vaske, kulda, alumiiniumit, uraani, mida iganes. Siin on meil tehased. Siin me toodame. Siin elavad inimesed. Siin me tarbime seda, mis tehasest tuleb. Ja see siin on mägi. Prügimägi. Siia jõuab enamik sellest, mis me tarbisime. Siis on isegi hästi, kui prügimäele jõuab. Halvemal juhul läheb see otse merre. Kas teadsid, et keset Vaikset ookeani on hiiglaslik ala, mis on täis vees hõljuvat prügi? See on 3 Prantsusmaa suurune. Igatahes, mida rohkem siit august kaevame, seda suuremaks prügimägi kasvab. Aga nüüd see auk. Mis sa arvad? Kas ressursse, kütuseid, metalle on seal lõpmatult? Ega ikka ei ole küll. Ühel hetkel saavad need lihtsalt maailmast otsa. Nafta saab otsa, mille peal sõidavad meie autod, laevad, lennukid. Naftast on tõenäoliselt tehtud ka see pudel. Meil siin Euroopas on juba mõnede tähtsate ressurssidega kitsas käes. Võtame näiteks haruldased muldmetallid, mida on vaja arvutite, telefonide, telekate, autode, lennukite, LED-valgustite, ühesõnaga igasuguse kõrgtehnoloogia valmistamiseks. 90% teatud haruldaste muldmetallide toodangust tuleb Hiina Rahvavabariigist. Ja kui Hiina ühel päeval neid materjale enam müüa ei soovi, igatahes, see siin pildil on see, kuidas maailmas asjad käivad. Kas saaks ka teisiti? Kunagi oli teisiti. Esiteks, vanasti inimesed ei raisanud nii palju. Kui vanasti tapeti loom, siis kogu looma keha kasutati ära. Liha söödi ära, verest ja soolikatest tehti verivorsti, sarvedest ja luudest tehti igasugu esemeid, nahast tehti saapaid ja rihmu. Kui vanasti läks midagi katki, siis see parandati ära, mitte ei ostetud uut. Teiseks, vanasti me ei osanud valmistada selliseid sünteetilisi materjale, mis looduses ei lagune, aga samas eritavad mürgiseid aineid. Kui näiteks taldrik läks kildudeks, siis see oli lihtsalt savist tehtud, võid killud ära visata, savi ei mürgita, ta lihtsalt on või laguneb lihtsamateks osakesteks, mida loodus saab uuesti kasutada. Olgu, no nüüd meil on plastik ja ega siis ei saagi enam midagi teha. Reostame edasi. Ei ole nii. Kujutame nüüd ette natuke teistsugust maailma. Kaevame midagi august välja, toodame ühe pudeli, tarbime ja kasutame seda uuesti. Ja siis uuesti tarbime ja kasutame seda jälle uuesti. Või elektroonika. Tead, selle telefoni tegemiseks on kasutatud haruldasi muldmetalle, nagu näiteks lantaan, neodüüm, ütrium ja terbium. Pole neist kunagi kuulnud. Seepärast nad ongi haruldased muldmetallid. Kui neid kaevandatakse, siis jääb tavaliselt alles nii mürgine ja radioaktiivne maastik, et ükski hing seal elada ei saa. Aga äkki ei ole seda reostust vaja? Miks me viskasime selle vana elektroonika sinna prügimäele? Võtame sealt need haruldased muldmetallid välja ja teeme sellest hoopis uue telefoni. No olgu, ümbertöötlemisel natuke kadusid tuleb, midagi peab ikkagi kaevandama, väike prügimägi tekib ikka, aga palju väiksem. Ja seda, mida ma välja pakkusin, nimetatakse ringmajanduseks, sest ressursid ei tule mitte maa seest ja ei lõpeta prügimäel, vaid materjalid on pidevalt ringluses. Seda esimest mudelit, mida me vaatasime alguses, nimetatakse lineaarmajanduseks, ehk materjalide teekonnal on alguspunkt ja siis ta läheb sirges joones ehk lineaarselt lõpuks prügimäele. Aga ringmajandus on majandussüsteem, kus üritatakse materjalidega võimalikult keskkonnahoidlikult ringi käia ning suunata kasutatud materjalid uuesti ringlusse. Üks näide ringmajandusest on pandipakendisüsteem. See käib nii, et kui sa ostad poest näiteks pudeli limonaadi, siis sa maksad limonaadi eest pluss pisike summa panti, jood limonaadi ära ja kui sa tood pudeli tagasi automaati, saad pandiraha tagasi. Samamoodi saab pandikarbist tellida koju süüa või osta festivalil putkast panditopsiga juua ja pärast viid pandikarbi või topsi õigesse kohta, saad raha tagasi. Need pandipakendid korjatakse kokku ja kas pestakse ära või siis suunatakse ümbertöötlemisse. Nii et sinu pudelist võib saada näiteks uus pudel või vaip, jalgpallisärk või tolmuimejakott. Oluline on, et ta läheb ringlusse. Niisiis, kuidas vähem raisata ja reostada? Sordime prügi, väldime üldse prügiteket ja suuname võimalikult palju materjale ringlusse, nii hoiame planeedi elamiskõlblikuna ja loodusvarasid jätkub ka tulevastele põlvedele.
Next performance on stage is an example how you can actually recycle air. You use it by breathing in. And when you exhale, we usually waste all that carbon dioxide which exits our lungs. But here we have a flutist. Her name is Leonora Palu, and she's showing you how to recycle air and create something more exciting, like musical experience. Flute is the instrument to recycle air. And the other one is Inna Lisniak. She plays bandura. She's from Ukraine. Leonora is from Estonia. And they will perform as Eller, the Estonian composer, and Gerasimenko, I guess this is the Ukrainian composer. Ladies, start when you're ready. Thanks. Thanks. No Raimond's pause this time, sorry. But we can continue with the conference. And now, we've seen what was done over the project and over the years, and we have seen all the discoveries and some of the conclusions, what should be done next. The main document will be presented now, the roadmap. How can we go on with the PACKGDEPO? Is there any future? Laurina, stage is yours again.
Thank you. So, the roadmap to the more complicated topics. So, the roadmap is based on all the analysis, and it was put together by Civita. So first I will go over the 4 main scenarios, and then I will go more in depth with each one. So the first one would be that the producer responsibility organizations, so these are these companies that collect the packages. So in Estonia it's Eesti Pandipakend, and in Latvia it's DIO for short. So they are so the scenario foresees that they would collect for free foreign packages. So the consumer won't get money back, and also the PRO doesn't have to pay any compensation to another country. So this is very simplified. This is also actually happening in Finland. They are taking back foreign packages for free. And actually in Estonia, in a couple of shops, it also takes place already. Then the second scenario would be, so the second, third, and fourth will be with quite big changes. So the second one would be that the PROs would accept other countries' packages with international barcodes. So this means that at the moment there is some products are with national codes and exported products are with international codes. So then all products would be with international codes, and they would be accepted in both countries. So the other countries' products as well, and the customer would get deposit back, but there would be no compensation between the 2 countries' PROs. So basically, this would be paid. The funding would come either from the producers or somewhere from the PROs. Then the third scenario. So the labeling would be the same as it is now. So there would be national codes and international codes, and PROs would accept these products or like packages from another country, and the customer gets the deposit back as well. And for national codes, because these can be separated, or like this can be made sure where it's from. So for these, another country, so for example, if the packages are brought to Estonia, then they can, Latvian packages, then they can ask the money back from Latvia. So there would be compensation between the PROs for national codes. And then the fourth scenario would be that we would have only national codes, and then all packages would be traceable, and so each country would receive other countries' packages and then ask back compensation from another country. And also, of course, customer gets back the deposit. So this is the little overview. So now we will go in specifics. So the first one, not much would change in the means of legislation, for example, because it would be voluntary. Even actually the producer responsibility organizations should not have to make agreements if they don't want to, because it can also be accepted separately. So if only Estonia wants to accept foreign bottles, or if only Latvia, as it is with Finland at the moment. So labeling, all is the same, and registration remains. So there wouldn't be many extra costs in regards of this. There would be costs for handling for the PRO who is accepting foreign packages. But of course also these packages are a resource. So they also, it's like also a benefit. So it's not only cost. So all costs are on the PRO. This is the main, and no fees are asked back from anywhere else. And it is on the PRO on how they would solve it if increasing costs for packaging companies. And there's also a drawing on the side, and this could be interpreted as we would not have much knowledge about foreign packages or how much is moving cross-border, because also the consumer does not have as much motivation to bring back packages for free, so we can't assume that all foreign packages would be brought to the reverse vending machines. Because I mentioned as well before in the survey that for some people, even now, this 10 cents is not motivation enough. So this would give like this small start to collect more packages, and so that basically the main winner is the environmental factor. We would get more packages of the environment, so we can collect them better. And also because this, like I said as well, that this system is much more better for quality packaging collection. Then we have the second scenario. So we would have international codes. This means that there would be quite a lot of changes. So first of all, also packaging company has to put on new labeling. The registration has to change because both countries' products have to be registered in both countries. So, and this registration is not a very easy process either. From the consumer side, it would be very nice because they would get back the deposit. So there would be bigger motivation to bring back all packages that have deposit, whether they're both from Estonia or Latvia. And here is also important to note that states or countries have to change legislation, and so this wouldn't be a voluntary system anymore. So there has to be agreements between countries. Otherwise, if something changes, someone backs out of it, then it doesn't work anymore. And the main thing is that the PRO won't receive back compensation. So in one sense, it's kind of like today with international codes, but the amounts may increase because if people know that they can take back all packages, then this cross-border movement may increase. And these are some advantages and disadvantages. So there would be somewhat less pollution, of course, but otherwise it would be quite, this system would not show very well the interactions or how the packages are moving, or the reporting is not done, basically, because it's not possible to find out for each international code whether, especially if they're sold the same in both countries. Then we have the third variant. So this would continue with today's labeling. So there would not be costs to companies to change labeling. So we have still national codes and international codes. International codes would work as today, that it's possible to receive back deposit, and the PRO won't compensate another country. But for the national codes, because these can be seen or like made sure where they're from. So if Latvian national codes are brought to Estonia and they're taken back, then for these, the Estonian PRO can receive compensation from Latvian PRO. So, and also customer receives back deposit for all bottles. But for the PRO, there would be still increased costs in regards to international codes, as they would be brought much more. And there would be more. In regard of this national code, it would be more clear about the reporting. So the data would be. The data about crossing borders, the packages crossing borders, would come out with this one. So here's also the pluses and minuses. So this would put more effort or costs on PRO, and also, of course, needs changes in regulations and agreements between countries. Then we have the fourth version or scenario. So this would require to use national codes, which would be difficult for companies as well, because they have to then change all the labeling and registration. But for the PROs, it would be much better, because they can receive back all the compensation from another country, because now all packages are traceable when they move cross-border and are being accepted. And of course, customer gets back money, deposit, and there has to be agreements, there has to be legislation changes between countries, and so yeah, this has the biggest amount of packages, traceable packages moving across border. So here is this pluses and minuses again. There's also this states are as ready for an EU-wide system as possible. This was interpretation of Civitam when they analyzed it. Of course, like we also saw from Tomra's presentation, we don't know exactly where this is going. So might be that it would be different than this. But at least here with this one, it is very clear for all sides how everything is moving. So that is why this is written here. And yes, so, but yeah, of course, the companies have costs added. So I will also show this table. So it has all four options. And it is quite interesting that when looking at it like the first time, you might not see what's behind each one. So there is actually many things, because it's even interesting that when looking at it more, then you can see, oh, actually there is this as well. For example, the third variant, extra recycling costs for PRO. There's also compensation, which is a plus. So, and here with this for packaging company, when releasing products on the market, it is important to have no market barriers. So with the second and third one, especially the second one, there would be no market barriers because they can put one code and it would be much easier and cheaper. But with the fourth one, they have to put 2 separate codes, and all of this registration and all of this is an extra cost. So there would be some market barriers. But the main thing is just that the first one is with no deposit, and second, third, and fourth are with deposit for customer. And compensation is for the fourth one and half for the third one. I think this is, and of course you have to see the last section over there, that the first one, system relies on the motivation of the bureau. So this can't be done without agreement for them. And the second, third, and fourth, like I said before, our ambition in the beginning of this project was very high, and definitely we would have needed more analysis. So these are just ideas that came up from analyzing the legislation of both countries, of the EU legislation, and also with talking to stakeholders, and definitely it all needs more thinking, more analyzing, and before it is ready to be implemented or anything like that. So this is just like more exact ways of what was said. So yes, maybe I will go back actually. So the yellow is possibly costly change or negatives, and the green is positive change or profitable change. Then the blue is no change or very, very slight change. And yeah, then this is the results. And also we brought out like analysis that could be would be very needed. There should be, of course, probably more, but these are the main ones that to make sure which solution is best. And also maybe there is some other solution as well, like a hybrid of something. So IT analyzes, for example, the use of QR codes, and also technological capability of the reverse vending machines and the system. Then the cost-benefit analysis, because even if we saw that some costs increase, some decrease, the weight of each cost is different. So we can't look at the table and say that, okay, this is the best one because you see it's all green or something, because so that's why cost-benefit analysis on all these variants is needed. And of course, legal analysis as well, proper legal analysis that see exactly which laws need to be changed and which laws affect any part of this systems changing. So yes, so this is the stepping stones to the future views of harmonizing the systems, and I'm very happy that I got to be a part of this and figure out this project's goals. Thank you.
Laurina Shinkeva, thanks for managing this project. Now I have a question, which is, it's a simple one. It's really easy to answer. From all the 4 roads you presented, which one you would choose?
Well, the first one would be the easiest to implement right as soon as possible, because it doesn't really need any legal changes, and it's already being implemented in some shops in Estonia and also in Finland. So it would give us the good materials that we can use. But out of the three, from top of my head, I probably say third one, because then there wouldn't need to be so much change, but I'm not sure. That's why it needs more analysis.
Or we do the first one first, and then we decide later which of the three offers actually works in real life after we have tried out the first one. I guess it would make sense to continue from here, right? So it's not over, it's just the beginning.
Yes.
We are in the beginning of a beautiful journey and nice friendship between countries and people, maybe creating less package trash, more package recycling. Thanks. One more thing. Actually, there are questions in Slido. I had a look before. Let's see. Almost all scenarios require finance, if we exclude the first one. Every change costs. Who will pay for it?
Well, the fourth and third one have the compensation mechanism, which would be already compensating the costs. And probably it would come from either packaging companies who also have the responsibility to make sure that the packages are collected. And so I'm not sure exactly where else, but this probably, it needs finances, but it's not like finances are so high, but that's why the cost-benefit analysis is needed to figure out exactly. We can't say it based on this.
Yeah, because the next question was, will the benefits outweigh the costs? That's something we need to analyze.
Yes.
Why not use it all over Europe, not just between Estonia and Latvia?
Well,
like the first one, which just brings us all into the situation that you can recycle any bottle or bring to the recycling farm.
It would be, like Tomra as well mentioned before, it is probably the goal in the future, but it is very difficult to include all countries, especially if some countries at the moment don't even have the system. And so it's much more convenient to use our small Baltics, Latvia, Estonia. So.
Or use the Nordics as Sweden and
Nordics,
Finland.
Yeah.
They seem to have same cans, same bottles, same plastic as we use. Not so thin as in Africa. Okay, no more questions from my side. No more questions on Slido. Yeah. So let's give a great applause to Laurina. She's been running the project. And soon we will have a slightly longer conversation in form of dialogues and arguments on stage. It's called the panel. Before the panel, we have a coffee break. How long you would like to have? 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 roadmaps. Which one you would choose? Third one. 10, 15. Let's make it 10, which actually becomes 15 because we usually come late. So 10 to 15 minutes. See you soon. Thanks. And now, last but not least, the panel discussion, arguments, not meeting each other's positions. Let's call it a fight, but not literally. So, people, any questions before we continue? This one will last about an hour, or we can actually speak faster. Since not anyone of us is a native speaker of English, so let's hope that we won't get lost in translation when we translate our native expressions into English and then really are lost in between. So what are the questions left on table? Can this be our future? That whenever you buy a bottle of milk, you can return the bottle after you have consumed milk, no matter what airplane you bought it from? That's my question, and that's the topic we're going to discuss here. So before we start our fight, literal or friendly fire, let's have a short presentation of each performer on stage. Kaupo Heinma, Deputy Secretary General from Ministry of Environment from Estonia.
Yes.
A short keynote, please, not just the name and the achievements, but floor is yours.
Good afternoon from my side. When we started this project, it was really urgent because it was exactly the time when there was differences in the taxes, and there was a lot of littering from Latvian cans, basically, and also the bottles. But if you look at the bigger picture, the deposit system has an important role to play in the waste management and in circular economy, but it's not the only one. And just one aspect I want to raise up is, do you know that every time you buy a bottle and pay a deposit, it's actually giving someone free money? So just think about it.
10 cents?
Yes, but let's say you collected 1 year. I have a friend who is collecting all summer all the bottles. He has a lot of visitors in the summer cottage touring, and it's 100 euros there. But actually, it doesn't earn you any interest of money. But someone has this one. So every time we buy a bottle, actually we give away 10 cents. Yes, we will get it back later. But until that, it is out of our pocket. So we should be cautious how we use this deposit system and what is the role of in general. But all the politicians, they also like this deposit system. It's something like to advertise. But there is a pros and cons in every system.
Yes, we have another Kaupo on stage. Kaupo Karba, CEO and board member of Eesti Pandipakken. This is the deposits organization in Estonia. Your keynote, please.
Yes, we in Estonia we have been worked with DRS almost 18 years, and we have achieved quite great numbers. And as you saw in several presentations, deposit system is the quickest way how to achieve necessary targets or high targets regarding recycling rate. Yeah.
Does it work, the DRS in Estonia?
Absolutely.
It took lots of years.
Actually, it took a few years, but and now it's coming additional approaches and technologies improving, etc., etc. So it's ongoing.
Learning curve.
Exactly.
Okay, next on stage, Rauno Raal, partner and consultant from Earth Care Consulting.
Yeah, hi. I used to be also working for the Estonian deposit system for 10 years, and Latvia actually was a huge problem for us. I lost most of my hair there because back in 2008 and 2016 we had a lot of issues. But actually I'm sitting here today just to really celebrate this huge work done by Mix, Rudit and Laura teams and really celebrate the deposit system creation in Latvia, which solved, in my eyes, most of the problems or all of the problems.
Next on stage, Martin Raismaa, Business Development Manager from Värska Original, which brings us lots of mineral water in PETs and glass bottles, right?
Correct. So I've been in industry for 15 years, so quite a lot of time. And in just to note that Värska Original is the leading water producer in Estonia. We totally produce approximately 40% of water sold in Estonian market. And we also sell to Latvia, Lithuania, approximately 20% of our volume. So approximately total volume we produce is 40 million units, 40 million bottles approximately per year.
So you are the one to blame if there is too much trash in the sea, right?
Well, actually, it's vice versa, I would say, because thanks for deposit system what we have in Estonia, we can be very proud actually, because approximately 9 bottles out of 10 are collected back through the deposit system, and this remaining one, probably this is also collected out of the trash partly. So that if I think of food industry, there is no other food industry to compare to beverage industry in Estonia, because because the collection return rate is so high.
In bottles.
In bottles, and of course we have to pay for this service also.
Next on stage, Laura Anteina, Deputy Director General from State Environmental Service, Latvia.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm feeling like a marvelous Mrs. Maisels from TV series, like in a gentleman company, being right here on the stage. Unfortunately, I'm not a stand-up comedian, so please don't wait for any like very good jokes from my side.
You wrote a keynote last night at 2 o'clock.
Okay,
so what is
yes,
there?
but as regards the Latvian side of story, I'm very happy and very proud of our success regarding this deposit system implementation, because it took just almost a year for our operator to do it together. I hope in support from our side, from the state side, because I find this as a very, very good cooperation between the private and the public sector, which we have here. And also regarding the results, I'm very happy that in the first year we have exceeded all recycling rates, and also almost all collecting rates from the operator side. And basically more than 90% of our society already in the first year use system, and more than 70% use it on the regular basis. So the results are very, very, very good, and we are very happy for that.
And last on stage, Miks Sturitis, chairman of the board, and the company is called Deposita ja Iepakojumu Operators. Is it right?
Yeah, it's better to say Dio.
Dio, okay.
God in Italian, but no, it's a joke. But yeah, I'm also, we are happy about that we have caught our neighbors, and now we have deposit system this year. By the end of this year, we expect to catch also by terms of return rates. I must say that the general society in Latvia is very, the expectations are were very high and are still very high. They are very sensitive to any problems regarded with the deposit system. This year also we expanded already the scope of the deposit system packages, and today we launched a thorough rating, which means that you can go in our interactive map in our website where you can find all deposit locations, and you can see that rating of each machine, which is renewed like each month, which is based on the availability, how good the retailer is servicing the machine. And it actually works like Booking.com. We all who have booked through the Booking.com knows that we are not looking to the any apartments or hotels probably below 8. Yeah? So the same here.
So rules of game here. If you need a comment and you raise a hand or finger, then I pay attention and hand on the words. And the questions we have are open questions. We can discuss anything in this panel. as long as it goes with Dio. So Dio in Italian, God. In Estonian, Latvians and Estonians used to have the same God. Before Christianity, it was called Tara in Estonian, and Tara we call everything, which bottles are all tear is in English. So now this project we are wrapping up here. What are the first impressions and comments after today's presentations? Did it all make sense? Because the conclusion is that yes, it is possible to recycle all the bottles we buy. Didn't we know it before? We have to run it through European funding to understand that yes, it's possible.
Yeah, actually, I can. While listening, I was renewing in my memory about how many we have international codes in Latvia currently, and I can say that from almost 100 million put into the market right now, in the first quarter of this year, like 57% is holding international codes. So actually it's a huge percentage already, which in majority of cases are interchangeable or interreturnable among the countries right now. So you just need to buy a right bottle. And probably I will do that going back in this afternoon. With a colleague, we'll stop in Circle K, probably here, and we'll drink till the border, and we'll return in this other big alcohol center.
Yeah, so it's like customer has to plan the drinking
a bit
with right bottles.
I'd like to also add that actually, if we even don't have the one common system, it doesn't mean that those bottles were not going to be recycled. It also means about our habits regarding the sorting. So basically, when we sort every plastic packaging, for example, we can sort it and then it goes directly to the recycling. So it just means a different way how to introduce it and ask, I don't know, to make the society to do it. But it's not the only way.
I mean, culturally, it was okay for us in the Soviet Union to recycle bottles because you could buy milk or what else was there in the glass? Everything. We didn't have plastic unless it was in this triangular boxes, which was sour milk or whatever. So trying to recycle makes sense to run the project in Estonia and Latvia because we have experience and now we can prove to Europeans that yes, it is possible. It was done before and now it can be done again. But didn't we get used to this throwing away during 30 years before the plastic recycling appeared in the form of different vending machines, reverse vending machines?
I think we have a culture from Soviet times that kind of helped us implement the deposit systems much quicker because we got our pocket money, at least my generation got it from the empty jars, what you are referring to. And in that sense, I think both in Estonia back in 2005 and also now in 2020 in Latvia, it was a bit easier to break the mentality. Of course, it takes time to get the new habits into place, etc. But in general, I think it's still much easier. Plus, if there is a refillable system, even as it was in Latvia, even if it's a restricted one, it's not all nationwide, etc., it also helps it a bit to implement it a bit quicker and easier towards the communication side to the consumer.
Yeah, which means that most of people remember the good old times when you could bring bottles back to the shop and get some candy for it.
But maybe I can also add that in case of Latvia, you have to pay for unsorted or this municipal waste you throw out. But
Same
if
in
you choose, but if you choose a separate sorting, a separate collection of waste and throw it that way, you don't have to pay for it. So basically, it's for free. In our case.
Now, from propaganda side, how can we explain to the rest of Europe that? I mean, the question is, why did we recycle in Soviet times? Was it like everyone was doing it, so it makes sense to do it because it's okay? Or was it like everyone was so environmentally conscious as we are now because of the microplastics?
Or the landfills looked worse than they are today, so I'm not sure about that.
I always say in European seminars that a few good things that we had during the Soviet times, just a couple of fingers, one of them was the, so to say, collection system of glass. So that's how you approach it.
Now?
Sorry?
Now we're not?
I understood your question was...
Yeah, I mean, nowadays, not so easy to collect glass?
Yeah, well, yeah, now too, but I mean, in general, it was one of the few things that kind of helped us to do something for the environment, even if we didn't do it deliberately, and we did it only for the money.
Even if it wasn't justified by environmental concerns back then. But now it is. It seems that Greta Thunberg has done a great job, although she's speaking about climate changes. But here, with microplastics, we are actually approaching the same problem from a different angle. So, going back to this project, now looking back at the years of research and development, was there any field which you seem to think that wasn't quite deeply understood or approached? I mean, the educational side is clear that if you teach kids to recycle, they will teach their parents to recycle. And there are lots of examples in different fields of life, not just recycling, also traffic rules. But any fields which this project should have paid attention more than it actually did?
Yeah, I believe that the project looked is it possible to have a harmonized DRS between Estonia and Latvia, but we don't know is there any problem at all. What's the border trade? How many bottles are moving from one country to another country, and what will happen today with those bottles? Because if I look my own behavior, for example, if I go to Riga and buy some bottle from there, try to return bottle together with bottles what I bought in Estonia, and suddenly this let's say Latvian bottle is not accepted by RVMs, I will throw this bottle to a trash bin, what's in the tar kiosk, and this waste bin will be sent also to DRS. So this bottle is recycled. But the main question is, we don't know how big is the
cross-border
trade.
Because the test project was run during COVID, so actually the borders were quite closed. I paid attention to Laurina's number. It was 4% of Latvian bottles which were bought from Valka, ended up in the vending machine in Valga. So
yeah, but there is always a question if you make a campaign that now it's possible. So there is trials. Everybody wants to try. Oh, is it true? Is it really so? But if there is a constant possibilities, is it 4% or is it more? Is it less?
Yeah.
Well, I would say one more comment from producer point of view. So when I was looking and hearing today's discussions, well, regarding bottle, especially water area, but also beer, which is the main, which is much bigger industry than water. Actually, I think the situation is much better in the integration already. If you think the real situation, real numbers, what I'm saying is that I'll make two examples. One is water and one's beer. There is Estonian brands drank in Estonia, and there are Latvian brands in Latvia, as well as beer, like in Estonia, Estonian brands and Latvian brands, plus border trades, small amount currently. But so Mangali is like Latvian water, Värska like Estonian water, and not visible in other countries very, very well. So, but what we are selling also, I mean, most of very big amount is, for example, Rimi water. Rimi basic water. This is sold in Rimi, Estonia, in Latvia as well as Valka and Valga. It means that this bottle is already today returnable in other countries, and you get this 10 cents back. And so if you now think of the actual volumes, then these trade private labels or Rimi and Coop, and those are the ones which can be cross-border in real terms. But the rest, they are sold in Latvian side or Estonian side. That's it. And what was explained, the scenario A, I think this is hygiene question to make it happen, because the eventual quantity, what will fall to this section, which is not, for example, buying Aldaris beer in Latvia and coming back to Estonia, the quantities are so small, and vice versa also. So that, and the other side is that if I throw it away to recycle bin, it's a waste. But if I deliver it to Estonia or to Latvia system, they get material, and with material they get real revenue out of it. As a producer, I need to say that for these Rimi, which are cross-border products, we sell higher fee also for that. So, but again, so if we think concretely, then this is already working in
the chain case.
Most of volumes already today.
I was there when the idea of having this project was initiated. It was, I think, 2014. Actually, not
9 years
2018, I think, or the 2017. And it was, as I said, a huge amount of cans and plastic bottles came from Latvia because of the cross-border movement of the beers and beverages. And it's ended in Estonian system, not in the deposit system, but more in municipal waste or in packaging waste. And then there was it was time when Latvia, they was still in planning phases of having the deposit system or not. So and it started to have maybe the system that implements, so that when the Latvia will implement their system, it can take into account that the cross-border thing is already there. Now it changed because of in Latvia they have a system, in Lithuania there is a system, in Estonia they have a system, and if you pay the deposit, and you can get it back in Estonia, not in always. But what is still there is that bottles are traveling with us. Let's say I buy a bottle from Latvia, and it's a bottle that is sold only in Latvia. I pay this 10 cents. As I said, I always pay this 10 cents. Usually I lend it to someone, but then if I will not go back to Latvia, I paid this 10 cents. I never give it back. So it travels with me, and if you look at what the Torma showed us in the presentation, after 7 years maybe or so, full of Europe, they have the deposit system. So if you travel, we always pay a 10 cents of. We go to the winter holiday in Spain. We buy a bottle. We pay. Of course, we can deliver it back and get it back. But if we take this bottle together with us to Estonia, we will never get this money back. And in the EU, usually the new proposals and new ideas coming from some member states. Let's say the Spain, they will say, oh, we have a good system together with the France. Let's implement it all over the Europe, and then we just have to take it and implement in Estonia. But we can use this project, the results from that, and to show that yes, there is a different system. There is possibilities to go further, having this cost-benefit analysis, and go to the European Commission, say that we have analyzed it. Let's do it in our way, not that we are taking what the others do. So there is lots of pros and cons, and just to think about, I think in Estonia, every people buy about 300 bottles of different drinks and pay the deposit. It's 30 euros we pay as a deposit. Let's say 1% of this is that we never get back. In Estonia, it's not a huge money, but if you take all the Europe, everybody is drinking about even more than 300 bottles, and even if 1% of the deposit you will not get back because you traveled to another country, it's quite a huge of money. And if you look at the single market, it's definitely there in future that there is a harmonized system, and so that you travel with the bottle and you can deliver it back and get the money as well. So just have to prepare for that, and this project is very useful for the future.
So it's like a research project for the rest of Europe and a proof of concept.
Yes, it's something like that we've done. I think this pilot project in Valga is very useful only for that. In Europe, we have many those multi-cities, so-called, so that there is a border and people are traveling to work from other country to another. So there is lots of movement, and in Europe, definitely there will be some cases, and we can go and present our results and said we did this project. We looked, and if I remember correctly, Laurina, Latvians actually there was 1/3 of bottles they bring back to Estonia. Estonians didn't bring back them so much to Latvia, but it was quite. It means that Latvians are shopping in Estonian side in Valga because I think they are going to work there. So there is a movement, and I think we should maybe start from those multi-cities in the first place as a pilot project, and I think we can move forward. And actually, your question was regarding what was missing. I said to Laurina as well that we should have actually analyzed the waste bins as well, the public packaging containers as well, the municipal waste containers, and see how much of those bottles are there. So at the moment, we just analyzed how many of the bottles brought back to the system and had a questionnaire, but we should have taken a bigger picture, and maybe we can have in the future a new pilot, including the other pins as well, to get the full picture.
Mm-hmm. So now the harmonization of systems. We had 4 versions of roadmap. One was don't change anything, just to accept all the bottles you have, like in Finland, because of the vodka rally they had between Helsinki and Tallinn. People brought lots of beverage to Finland, and Finnish decided that, well, we have so many cans from Estonia, why not see it as an aluminium for free? And now they're accepting. Which of the 4 roadmaps you think would go into execution fastest?
I think the first version that we don't change anything, but we will accept those cross-border bottles free of charge. That would be easiest way. The question is how to expand this number of bottles or cans which are coming from Latvia, for example. Because today, as Laurina also told, today already several retail chains are taking back free of charge those bottles. So bottles are recycled.
Not all. Wine bottles, it's like a black hole. I have many friends who come to visit, and they always bring some Italian, French, Spanish, whatever. Tastes good, but later I have those green bottles at home thinking, Jesus, this is really waste. No chance of returning it anywhere, unless I send it back to the factory somewhere.
Muidugi, but that is a totally different discussion.
Yeah.
Regarding the scope of one deposit system, is it Estonia-Latvia, to have strong alcohol in it or not, that's a separate discussion. And that's up to the ministry to decide. Sorry.
I agree. It is. I have to teach my friends not to bring wine to me. But anyways, there is so much cross-border depending on the class of the beverage.
Sorry, just to interrupt you, but glass is recycled.
Yeah, it is.
Despite
huge trouble for people like me who live in an apartment. You have to figure out how to find your routes through town to bring all the different types of trash to different cans or bins. Going back to those today's topics still. So first is the fastest, right? First roadmap.
I would say it's not only the fastest, but again, we should look at the real business situation. And this is also maybe to promote for the companies, so that if a company wants to sell the products both in Estonia and Latvia, they can do it already today, and they are doing it. And if it's domestic, then there has to be. I'm not so worried about these 30 euros actually. I'm more worried to collect back so that there is an easy way to collect back the material, and that's why I'm saying that this actual amount what cannot be returned currently, this I believe it's not that big because of the many brands are already having options to return in Estonia, Latvia, and it's just to make this free return, because it's a pity that if I have a plastic or glass or can, which is aluminium, and I just need to throw it away because I cannot give it back to the system, which is actually money for the system as well. So that's something what is revenue we don't use currently. We don't collect currently.
Yeah, about harmonization. Of course, I understand that this is probably not in scope for today's. But I think if we look from the helicopter view from the government side, also should think about harmonization, not only in aspects of the deposit systems, but also in those excise tax. Because if we deduct that cross-border movement, which is created by normal people flow, like tourists in both ways, it's more or less symmetrical. That's my guess. We don't have data, as you understand. But it's symmetrical and it's small. And for this aspect, I think would work that, if I remember right, it was scenario 2, which is, as I already said, at least in Latvia, it's almost 60% of the packages in the market is those, as like you mentioned, that Rimi type private labels, but not only. Also, there are brands, real brands, like being put into the market for all 3 countries.
Exactly, which are cross-brand.
Yeah, and it's already working. It's in place. Yeah, and since it involves waste, it's more or less happening the same. So I think my estimate is that systems could cope with that, and are coping also currently with that.
Why not do it right away? What needs? Who has the power to decide? Yes, from tomorrow this is the system, we're going to use it. Or does it need some kind of democratic process that everyone will be voting in parliament, etc.?
I think we need to understand that this is a national law which has set separate rules, and also the EU has set us separate, targets we need to reach for every country, and it's a national business to reach it. So if we make any kind of cooperation, trans-border cooperation, and we make this like one harmonized system, I don't know, between Latvia and Estonia, maybe Lithuania, and then the whole Europe, then also the EU needs to set different targets, not for national governments, but maybe for the whole party involved. So it comes from that side, because we need those data. We need to get them back, inform the EU that we have reached that goal.
So is it like bilateral thing? We should make a deal with Latvians and then report to Brussels that, hey, we have a deal here? Or is it vice versa? Like nowadays they say in Estonia nothing is decided. In Tallinn we always call first to Brussels to ask the permission to decide.
It's very interesting, actually. That is one thing I missed from this project. I never heard what the EU thinks about it, because mainly maybe the EU or the European Commission would see it, maybe they already had their opinion about it. How would they feel about it? If they see this as an opportunity, as a future, or not?
Look, Europe has 13 running deposit systems. First was implemented in 1984 in Sweden, 1996 Finland and others followed. basically they have worked for 2+ decades. And it has never become, of course, there are issues with borders somewhere, etc. And it's a matter of just cooperation between the different countries to find the solutions if there are any problems. But in general, none of those countries have wanted to have a unified system. Plus, I think it's very important about the terminology. We shouldn't talk about unified system or harmonized system, because deposit system is a question of national pride. No Latvian wants to think about having some kind of a system with an Estonian or vice versa. It is a Latvian national pride issue, Estonian national pride issue. And if you go to Finland or anybody, they say, we have the absolute best deposit system in the world. So we have to be very careful here. It's a question about cooperation. And if we talk about cooperation, it's already there. Mix can call Kaupo every week if he wants to and harmonize whatever issues that there are up in the air. Plus, since last year, May, there is a Deposit Systems Association, meaning all 13 running deposit systems have created their own association where they discuss things, when they share developments, etc. So I would say that the system is already there. We are inviting a bicycle we don't need.
Which seems that it's working, we're using it, we're not just publicly admitting it.
Yep, I briefly explained how the European Union is working, and the legislation comes from there. The European Commission is proposing some new regulation or directive, and then the member states are going to negotiate together with the European Parliament, and the final results will be, you never know what it is. But the harmonization is there, and it's one of the way usually the EU is working, to try to harmonize as much as possible. Maybe the last harmonization is the chargers. We had the Apple had the chargers, so now we have one standard, USB-C. So it's harmonized, and it will happen with the packaging, and it will happen somehow with the deposit systems as well. It's not unified and totally, but there is harmonization. Maybe a one label. That is a proposal that there will be a one label because of the European citizens. They should not take care of specific countries' labels, but one EU label, and they know if they see this label in Brussels or they see it in Tallinn, it's the same. And so one obstacle at the moment is really the targets that every member state is having. But it can be solved, as Sigrid did a presentation. The digitalization is there. The following the waste. Yes, at the moment it's so that if the bottle is put in the market in Estonia, it's Estonian responsibility. But if it's thrown to the municipal waste in Latvia, it's a Latvian problem as well, because in Estonia we didn't get back this one, and it's difficult to meet the target. But it's also in a Latvian system because it's in the municipal waste, and if you take it into account there. So definitely there should be a clearing system in future in full Europe, and it will be definitely solved in future. So this is not an issue after, let's say, 10 years, or 10 years, but this project was initiated 7 years ago, almost 7 years. So 10 years is not actually a very long time. And there will be definitely harmonization, and explain. If there is two options, we go to Brussels and say, look, we have data, we have an idea.
Or the Deposit
they come to
System
here and
Association.
say, there was a Denmark and Germany, or Denmark, we know that Copenhagen and Malmö, there is also probably basically the multi-city. They say, oh, we have a very good idea. Let's implement it in the full Europe. We should be prepared and go to there and say, we are the ones who know how to do it, not that you know how we should do it.
Yeah, we can even return the Tetra Pak. Okay. You were...
No, they said we can't go into details, but okay. So basically, the deposit sign is printed in our parts. It's just printed here. For example, in Germany, the deposit sign, if you look it under UV light, it has some special inks, etc., meaning that all of the RVMs are higher cost because they have to look at the special colors. The same is in Denmark, etc. So I would be very skeptical about that we will have one unified deposit sign. And actually, all of the deposit organizations, the association just sent a letter to EU that this is nonsense, that we don't want to get like a unified label in that sense. Because the system looks the same to everybody, and from consumer side, it needs to look the same. But in the background, there are a lot of technical and other functional financial details which are very country specific. And that's why it's, well, there is this ideal world and the real world. And ideally, I agree with Kaupo that definitely there will be some cooperational things in the future. But I am very skeptical about like harmonization of deposit labels, coding, etc. Maybe after 15 years, if the producers decide to go for serialization of the EN code, meaning there is no EN code, but there is a QR code, and every, not product, but every single package put on the market has its unique code, then it might be an issue. Indeed, if the producers find that this is feasible, this is something they also want to use in other fields, then definitely there is kind of like ground to that. But I have understood from producers that it takes some 10, 15 years.
Mm-hmm. So on one side, the market is too mature. We have too many signs because of the history of deposit systems which have created a new association. And on the other side, it's like we're trying to rush through the open door to solve a problem. Can we actually define which problem are we solving? Is it a materials problem, is it recycling problem, or is it the educational problem that people need to recycle instead of throwing stuff to the landfill?
I will be very brief. Just look at if there is a 27 deposit systems and 27 labels in one bottle, because every country had their own. Yeah. We have now often 3 labels: Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian, and even maybe Swedish and the Finnish. But the producers will come. No, we have limited space for the labels because the nutrition should be there and so on and so on. So what we are actually also is solving is that the labels should be as simple as possible. It costs for the producers as well to make bottles for every single market with a specific label. They want to unify it. You can print a billion of labels and put it in everywhere in Europe. They don't want to have a label for Estonia just because it's cost for them, especially for the big companies.
I can only add that I think I've never seen like some product with all EU languages on one label, because there are other requirements which, for example, for Estonia you need to have ingredients in Estonian, the same as in Latvia. So they already have limited space with that, and there is this regionalization. Yeah, they are putting in Baltic as a unified market, more or less, or neighboring countries. I have heard Poland, of course, as well. So I don't think that it will be a huge issue. Yeah.
We are discussing, but we should ask the producer, because I understand that one producer doesn't produce one product for all 27 EU countries, but I think it's a question for the producer, not us.
We are easy case because we...
You make water. It tastes the same all over the world, I guess.
No, it's a matter of package. And again, it's most important that the package can be easily returned. And this is not free of charge. Producers pay for this, and eventually consumers will pay for this. And if a consumer will pay this 10 cents and don't want to return, that's very cheap, easy money for the deposit system, actually. So to get this, but this is a matter of consumer behavior. Personally, I think it's most important that it would be easy to return any bottle, no matter what. If it's from Latvia, I have Aldaris bottle. I can return it to Estonia because this is material. This can be reused. So this is the core thing. And actually, the deposit system will get material and will get money by selling this material later on. But now, replying to this question, what was that actually this deposit sign here on the bottle, we have many products which are sold pan-Baltic. So it has 3 signs there, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. But actually, the machine, as far as I know, it doesn't check this deposit sign at all. The machine, collecting machine, checks only the EIN. And the reason is that we cannot have unified, we can have deposit sign which is unified throughout European Union. Yes, but in order the deposit system to work, as far as I know, we need to collect data on the product level. How much it was sold to market, how much it was collected from the market, how many it was collected from the market. So, and this would lead that to a huge amount of EIN codes. And I don't know, maybe Kaupo can say how many different products are already in Estonian system, for example, or in Latvia.
In Estonia, 20,000.
Yeah, 20,000 system, just a country of having 1.4 million people, yeah? And in Latvia, if you...
7,000 at the moment.
Yeah, so, okay, and then combining them together and so on. So, yeah. Anyway, important thing is that if this is an important market, I mean, if the product market is Baltics, then we put... we make it universal code, and then it's possible to sell to free markets and to return in free markets as well. Higher fee, and that's it. If the product is only for Estonia or only for Latvia, then it's national. It can be returned currently only in domestic country, but it would be very feasible and easy and cost efficient for the deposit system to collect the material just for free of charge, because consumer, to have the consumer for the possibility to return the raw material, just like that, even if they don't get the money back.
In Estonia, we have 10-cent fee, right? It's the deposit fee. More in Europe, in those other 28, how many was it? Many systems. Is it the same? Is it the same money? The fee is different?
It's different. It depends even. It depends if it's plastic, if it's can, if it's a plastic bottle, glass bottle, can. It depends on the country. For example, in Germany, all deposits are 25 cents. In Finland, you have like a category of 7, starting from 10 to 40 cents. 40 cents being peak PT, 15 cents being can. Norway, even up to, there are 20 cents and 30. So it's very different.
So it's also unification of fees then later. Otherwise, it doesn't work because...
That is a question of cooperation, exactly. That, for example, this is my very personal opinion. I don't work at any deposit organization anymore. I just work with different countries in Europe. Is that basically in Estonia, we have had such high inflation that clearly at one point we need to think if this 10 cents enough. But that we cannot do without discussing long and deep in all of the implications with Latvians, with Mix, with Rudit and others, because that's really important to go.
Yeah, but just to add, because actually in Baltic countries we have unified deposit payment, so it's 10 cents in every Baltic country. That is why Latvia, when joined and implemented the system, also decided that 10 cents will be in our system, because already in Estonia and Lithuania it was 10 cents, the deposit pay.
10 cents was a huge discussion back then when it was implied on a nation. Everyone was angry. That was too much. It should be 1 cent. And the guys who were actually on the production side said, no, it should be €1. So it was a compromise between those two.
But actually it doesn't affect producers so much, because this is just for the consumers. If they buy the good, and that's a matter if this 10 cent is motivating them for return the bottle or not. But this is not what the producers pay. Producers pay additional fee to get this running, not this 10 cents. I mean, 10 cents is also paid, but this is not a system fee.
But maybe I would like to add, you mentioned that producers pay. Of course they pay, but I don't know, in Estonia, I think that it's probably the same. But in Latvia, in order to be in the system, okay, they pay the dalībsmaksa.
Industry fee.
Yes, but they in the back don't pay the natural tax.
Yeah, deposit itself is eventually paid by the consumer, that's for sure. But on top of the deposit, there are fees what the if the producer will take this bottle and sell to market, we have to pay a certain amount for each and every bottle.
Yes, you do,
On
but
top
you,
of
in
deposit,
return
yeah.
in Latvia,
Yeah.
you don't pay them tax you would have otherwise.
It's the same in Estonia. What Laura wants to say that because the producer pays an industry fee per bottle, it doesn't have to pay packaging excise tax to the government. It's the same incentive basically in all deposit systems.
Yeah, true.
So from European perspective, to conclude, the project we just had here between Estonia and Latvia, cross-border bottle traveling, to figure out does it work? It does. Does it make sense to have this kind of system pan-European, or should it be like bilateral thing amongst the markets where you see actually cross-border traveling?
Yeah, I can agree. It can be a future discussion, because also one very simple example, as far as it happening now. For example, if there is a small craft beer producer in Latvia and we would have a harmonized system in the whole EU, then we should the registration process of that packaging in all 20 plus countries would be something incredible, because we also had to send the shapes of the examples of the bottles also to the Portugal, because it might happen. Some probabilities that one of the 1,000 bottles put into the market of this craft beer somehow might appear to be in Portugal. And if the promise is that the system might be harmonized, that also in Portugal they should know the shape, the code in all the machines they would have in the future. And it would probably, registration would take 1 month and would cost 200 euros.
And one can will end up there costing just 10 cents.
Months in 5 years.
Because Tomra is just only one producer.
I see. So it actually doesn't make sense on the European level then. It's just a cross-border thing for the...
Imaginative thing.
Yeah. So it's more like locality problem, not the globality problem. More from the same project, which we learned that you can actually bring back Tetra Pak. Does it make sense? Should there be more sizes that would fit everyone, like more different packages brought back into the unified system, like our cross-border system? Or should we stay with drinks?
Tetra Pak is also with drinks. So
yeah,
I would go into that, but the discussion and the agreement needs to be done in the period where, you know, we have the signed contract with our operator for 7 years. So basically the operator did know the system, which now he has to deal with it. So if we add any new product, that means changes, and it means money, that means costs. So if we try to expand the system, the discussion and the agreement should be done at least 2 years before the agreement is signed.
Yeah, you know, it's the automatization problem. If you say that this Tomra machine, it's rented for 7 years, then I guess in 7 years it can be modernized. It doesn't have to be 50 years the same model.
Yes, but it depends. Of course, if the operator agrees to do it faster, then it's fine. But if it's forced to do that, then it's a different story.
Yeah, the question is it worth to bring back the Tetra Pak? It's just paper with some aluminum in it.
Deposit system have huge advantages. First is there is an incentive for people to bring back the packaging, and the second one is that we can get very clean material. But there is one negative aspect. I explained it in the beginning, that every people are paying actually 10 cents with every bottle. Now imagine that we have the deposit system for other products as well. We go to the shop and buy for the goods for all your week, the milk and the bread and everything, and everything is together with the deposit system. How much money we pay additionally until we get it back, until we bring this packaging back. So we should find the balance between the pros as a waste management and the financial issues that we have, and we know that it's financial education as well. You never should give someone free money. First pay yourself and then others. So deposit system, we pay first the others and then we will get it back. So we need to find a balance. Maybe the Tetra Pak is something that we cannot solve other ways, but also for the waste management. the most convenient actually for the bottles as well, the wine bottles, is actually if you have the container on your back door in the kitchen, and then where you have this municipal waste bin. You don't have to take it to go to the shop, to the machine, but you have a possibility to bring it up. And in Estonia, in Tallinn, it's possible. You can get free of charge, basically, the glass bottle bin, and you don't have to bring it anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to find a balance which waste problem you can solve with which tool.
Yeah, I see. So in your example, it shows us that actually it's some kind of last mile logistics, in a sense.
Exactly.
Otherwise, people walk too far.
If you want to get a Bolt who is driving you somewhere, why you should give bottles? Please bring them somewhere. So it's in the future in the waste management that we don't have those big trucks and everything. Everything is last. It's a go-go. If you have a last mile logistic, then we have a first mile. That is the waste management. The first mile of waste management. It will be done different way in the future. So there will be very personalized possibilities. And in Tallinn at the moment, you can order a service that they will take your deposit system packaging, and they take 30% of the money. You get 70%, but you don't have to do anything rather than putting those bottles out of your door. So there will be a new services, and the waste management will totally change, including how we see the deposit system.
How far future are you explaining us now?
5-10 years, I think.
Okay, we should talk to the Bolt people then. It takes faster. If something you come up on stage and say 5 years, it means that it can be done in 1.5 years. So we have 3.5 minutes left. Any comments from the audience? Oh, there you go. You will have a microphone. Otherwise, people on the internet won't hear you. So.
Yeah, I wanted to ask how realistic do you think this 2029 for harmonization is in Europe? That, as we saw in the presentation, there was also shown that the countries who are planning to implement it in this deposit system in a couple of years, they also they won't be collecting all the fractions. So there will be for harmonization there will be not only the sign but also the type of the packaging. So if they collect only PET and metal, they don't collect glass, which is repeatably recyclable but everlasting in the soil. So has a huge problem. So in this sense, if you said that 10 years is quite a little of time, then would this 6 years be enough?
Yeah. In Europe, basically, there are 10 countries, in addition to this 13, who are right now have made political decision to go for deposit. And they are really implementing and working on it, etc. And then there is an additional 10 countries which are just discussing deposit. And I personally feel that potentially maybe if it's very lucky if half of them will go for it, because there are countries like France, Italy, Spain who are very much against. And in that sense, against that, they think that they will reach these harsh EU targets with the current system reinventing. And that's an option. Let them try. And I think that they will. This will be a case for quite some many countries that, that was the idealistic picture that you saw and you referred this slide. I think in reality, clearly, some of the, especially the bigger countries, will actually try to upgrade their current systems. I personally am skeptical about the beverage packages collection in that sense, but let's see.
Any statistics on the rise of the packaging as a general? Because 20 years ago you had just one bag when you walked away from the shopping mall. Now you walk away from the shopping mall with each candy packed in different bag.
Yeah, I couldn't remind exactly the numbers and the rise, but there is a rise, and maybe it's something like 15% per year in Europe. That is, it's really. If you look at the graph of plastic, It's really exponential, and it's growing, and it's growing, as you mentioned in your opening speech, basically that we have more plastic in the oceans than fish in the future. It is, of course, we want to somehow cut the curve and somehow take it stabilized and then to move down, but it takes some time. But to a question about what will happen, as Rauno said, there is some countries who will try to solve the problem without deposit system. But as I said, there is some waste streams, some packaging that we couldn't solve without deposit system. And in Estonia, definitely, people want to get a financial incentive, and it worked very well with and still working regarding the deposit system, and it worked in the Soviet time. I remember also that I bought 3 bottles of lemonade, and then they brought back those bottles and got one addition. And one more thing, just in the Soviet time, why it also worked. In Estonia, I lived in Hiiumaa, and there was beer was so that it wasn't bottled, but it was delivered with cisterns, a lot of beer, and they bottled in Hiiumaa, in the island. So the circle was inside the Hiiumaa. So you had a bottle of beer, then you consumed, you had a bottle, and it was delivered back to Hiiumaa brewery house. So it was like a small circle. It's also in future the same, that there will be if you look at talking about and thinking about the circular economy, it's not only a big circles, but it's a lot of small circles. And that's how these bottles streams are also in the future working, that there is a small streams as well.
So to sum up the roadmap, first road, is it possible? Can we start tomorrow? Or shall we make it slightly adjusted, that if you bring Latvian bottles to Estonia, you get 15 cents and vice versa? Just to incentivize people.
I would say that our retailers was the main obstacle and the main challenge for us in order to introduce the system. So they are still partly against it. So any new additional work, I don't think they would agree with that. So.
Latvia has done a super job. Let them stabilize the system, and let's in the future think whatever rocket science plans.
Okay, let's give a great applause to our today's panelists. And also, if you'd like standing ovations from all of us standing up and having this move like they do on stage. So, thanks. It was really nice. The party is not over yet. Kaupo Heinma will stay on stage for a closing keynote, closing notes of the event. Kaupo?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much, everybody, being in this room or in remotely near your computers and watching and listening. As I mentioned already in the panel, this project was actually initiated years ago when we had a really big problem regarding the cross-border movement of bottles, especially from Latvia to Estonia, and Latvia didn't have had this system yet in place. It took more than 4 years. Now we are in a totally different situation. We have in all the Baltic countries deposit return system. Estonia was the first one, then was the Lithuania, and now Latvia as well. And maybe the problem is not that urgent and as big as it was before, but we know that we have to learn from the history to be prepared for the future. And there will be more movement. Once again, the COVID, we hope, is over. People are traveling, they are moving. I think, I'm sure in this summer there will be a lot of travelers from Latvia to Estonia for vacations, and vice versa. Estonians will go to Latvia. We will have a Rail Baltic in the future, much better connections. Peoples are traveling, and bottles are traveling with us. as the theme of today's seminar is as well that the bottles reject the borders. It means that they are together with us, they are traveling with us, and if we buy a bottle from one country, they will come with us to another country. And if we pay somewhere the deposit, we want to get our money back. But if it's not possible, it's a lost of money. And as I said, that the financial education and environmental education goes hand by hand, because if people are understanding that usually if they make an impact for the environment, they actually lose money as well. It's the same with if you go to buy a coffee from some coffee shops, and you can buy it to your own cup or have a single-use cup. It's maybe a 50 cent of difference. So if you buy every working day, one coffee and pays 50 cents more, it's more than 100 euros per year. And if you put all those costs that you pay and you don't get back, it's quite a lot of money. And if you counted the money and you understand that if you don't pay this money, it is beneficial for the environment as well, then people are understanding that it's not only the environment, but it's also the cost and the financial issue for them as well. So the education was part of this project. The analysis, the pilot project, there was a lot of things we did. We have a lot of materials we can use for the children, for the adults. So let's use what we have prepared during this project, and let's not finish in here, but to move forward, more research, more done. And as I explained, we can take good example from our region and to go to Europe, rather than others come here and say, hey, let's do it, you have to do it. Let's learn Brussels how to do it, not to Brussels to learn us, teach us how to do it. So thank you very much for being partner and participating in this project, for listening. I hope you will enjoy drinks, pay your deposit, and also return it back. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kaupo Heinma, Deputy Secretary General from Ministry of Environment of Estonia. Now my closing notes. Thanks for having me today. It was really fun to research and to understand that the world is not lost yet. We don't have to move to Mars, but we have to prepare. Otherwise, we end up in bottles, sea of bottles. Maybe not so gloomy future, I hope. But anyone ready to buy the ticket to Mars? No? How many bottles would we need to recycle, to return, to buy a ticket from Elon Musk? Quite many. Otherwise, I guess, yeah, if it's not just water you're drinking, you probably die before collecting the money. So let's not vote for the Mars, but for our local. And my takeaway from here is circular economy is not just huge pan-European circle where you produce aluminium in Spain and make airplanes in Germany, and then later you make trash bins or beer cans from the same aluminium. But it's many small circle economies which encircle people who live inside of those circles. So let's keep the globalization on local level and enjoy life as long as it's nice and you can return the bottles to whatever shop you like. Thanks for today. Thanks for Interreg project. And I guess soon there will be PACKGDEPO number 2, when the things we learned today and over the years will be implemented in life. And then we can make an analysis, how did it work out in real life. Thanks, and have a great applause for yourselves. And I guess the party is continuing in the hallway. Mingle and make connections. Exchange phones, Facebook pages, and whenever you return a bottle, think, is it Estonian or Latvian? I'll do now. Thanks. Okay, it was a nice day.